6 months it'd be. I've loved every second of it. I didn't know I was going to be choosing that career path, but I've loved every minute of it. And so I'm hoping to be don't get my private pilot license. That's your first kind of license you get by July, and then adding other ratings and licenses by then. But right now, I am actually sitting in the cockpit of a air tractor. These are the planes we use to spray crops. Lots of instruments over here. We have over here our engine instruments, our temperatures. Right here, this screen's kind of like an iPad, but it connects to this light bar out here. And this shows exactly where the plane is across the field. And so we are not overspraying the crops. We put exactly the chemical right where we need it. Right here is our control stick. I can unlock it. This controls all your flight controls. So once I move this to the left, you can see that moving out there. It's your ailerons. That's how you roll the plane. And then there's flaps on the inside. For crop dusting, it's a unique, I should say, area of agriculture. Let me get this turned around here. We spray the crops when the crops are very, very tall, so a ground sprayer can't get to them. Like last year, it was a wet year. We couldn't get sprayers in, so that's where planes come into play. They don't drive on the ground, so they can't get muddy, they can't get stuck, they can get the product right where they need it. There's also many other uses for these planes. They fight fires over in the West. They have a lot of wildfires, and these exact same planes are used to fight fires. There's also used to deliver fuel to villages up in the northern states. What else? They've delivered salt on roads when it's really icy. I've heard of planes using the plane for salting roads. There's many different uses for these planes. Yeah, that's all I've got. You got any questions, Maddie?
Yes. Let me get to it. Sorry, I'm moving around on my page. So how long will it take you to get that pilot license, Adam?
So I started back in, I think, September. And so there's a lot of different requirements to meet that license. And so I'm hoping to be done by July. Before we get busy here, and then I can have my license that. But there's also many different licenses. Like to fly this kind of plane, you need a commercial license, which basically means you can be compensated for flying.
Gotcha. Okay, let's see. How high do you fly in your plane?
It depends. If it's windy, we go up high above the clouds. We can. It's a lot smoother above the clouds. You can go. In these planes, they're only about 5 feet off the ground, but usually when I'm flying, usually about 2,500 feet to about 5,000 feet.
Gotcha. Is there a reason that the planes are yellow?
Is there a reason why the planes are yellow? No, not that I know of. I've never really asked that. Some other ag planes are red and white. Yeah, they just stand out a lot better, I guess. I don't think there's a reason for them. They're yellow and blue. They look really good, though.
They do. They stick out when they're flying by.
They do. They're much bigger in person, though. You look in the sky when they're doing work, and they look very small. But once you get in person, they are very, very big.
What do you do when a plane comes in from crop dusting?
Okay, so we have a grounds crew here at Pontiac, and they will pull onto what we call a pad. So it's kind of like a area where it's kind of dug down, so chemical, if it gets spilled, it can stay contained. So we load fuel. We top these planes off. The fuel's actually stored in the wings. And then there's a hopper. I'll climb out. It is a very delicate process to getting out of these things. But yeah, chemical gets filled up. I can show you that hopper. You kind of got to climb out of these things.
Yeah.
So let me get this turned around here. So right about here, this is where our fuel gets hooked up. We have a hose that comes from a trailer over in this area. This is actually in the hangar right now. It'll go from here, and then it'll there's a red cap up here, and the fuel stored in the wing here, and then the chemical product, which we mix in a shed, actually gets stored right in front of so this is where the pilot sits, where I just was. This is right here. And then also the pilot can see how much chemicals in there. There's a couple marks down there in that little yellowish white tank. There's also a window in here to see inside of that tank. Yeah, that's so we clean the windows, we fuel them up, we put chemical in them, and we should be able to fill about 500 to 800 gallons of chemical and about 200 to 250 gallons of fuel in about 4 minutes. 4 or 5 minutes. We can get a plane off the pad and back in the air.
Awesome. What do those numbers on the side of the plane mean, Adam?
So every plane has, it's called their N number. So this one is N. I'll put this box back up. This is N4537 X-ray. That's a letter you call out. So when a plane enters an airspace or airport, they have to call in saying where they're at, what they're gonna do. So every plane has, and so it'd be like November 4537 X-ray. We're 2 miles out, landing on runway 24. So that means they're 2 miles out from landing on the airport.
Gotcha.
Every plane has one. This one's 658 Lima Alpha. And then this is actually over here, the plane I fly. It is a Warrior, and it's a much smaller than the air tractors. This is 150 horsepower. These are about 600 horsepower.
Gotcha.
They have much more power, and they can go a lot faster.
So you've never flown the bigger plane?
I have not. I hope to, though. That's my end goal of getting this pilot's license. I eventually want to get a seat in one of these and start spraying crops commercially.
Gotcha. Awesome. How many acres can that cover a day?
So this is the smaller of the two airplanes that we fly. This is a 502, so it holds 500 gallons. We can get about around 1,500 to 2,000 acres per plane per day. And then as a season average, our 2018 year was our biggest year. We got around 300,000 acres sprayed. But years past, like 2019, it was a little wet, and so we didn't get as much acres. But the 802s can get about, I'd say, around 2,500 to 3,000 acres done if we push it hard.
Gotcha. Well, awesome. I think that's all we have for you today, Adam. Thank you so much for being on here.
Thank you. You guys have a great day.
Yeah, good luck with getting that pilot's license.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Adam.
Yep. Bye-bye.
All right. Our next speaker is Annette Weeks from Battleground, Washington. She's an advisor from Prairie FFA. Thanks for joining us. We heard your plant sale was last week, and you are taking us now live to your greenhouse. So I'll hand it off to you, Annette.
Thanks. Good morning, Maddie. Our plant sale this year is kind of odd, like everything else, right? We did our online sale opened on April 29th, so a week ago Wednesday. We closed it briefly over the weekend so we could get caught up and figure out if we had anything left. And then we closed it for the final time last night at 5 o'clock. And we sold about 2,000, about 2/3 of what is in our inventory in our greenhouse. And the rest then will go out to students. I got to figure that process out. In order to pick up, the folks who ordered had to make appointments. And so that's what we're in the middle of right now is handout and pick up. So I'm actually not taking you live out to the greenhouse. I recorded several video segments and I'm going to play those for you. If you can't hear me on the video segments, I guess tell me because this is all new to me.
Okay.
So,
sounds good.
All right, I got to figure out share my screen and boom. All right, so now I got to figure out how to make it bigger. I'm sorry.
You're good.
Here we go. All right, here we go. Here's the first one. Can you hear that?
It's a little quiet.
Well, let me tell you, as we're walking through this, let me tell you just a little bit about what you're seeing. I'm showing you our overall stock that we have ready for sale because we haven't really pulled anything out. And we have 4,300 square feet in the greenhouse. The greenhouse is all used to raise our stock for our annual plant sale, which is our only fundraiser that we use for the FFA throughout the year. And we raise a lot of hanging baskets. We do a lot with ornamentals, and we usually do a little more with vegetables than what we did this year. But with the shutdown on March 13th, we still hadn't planted everything. So that was what I was trying to show people in that video there. And I also don't know how to string them all together, so I'm giving you all the different pieces. Oops. So this was where I was talking about our baskets and design. One of the things that we want to do as ag teachers, of course, is make you guys as students be able to be self-sufficient and take skills forward with you out of the classroom. So the baskets, if you take a look at them, none are the same. They're all very different because they've all been designed by students. We talk about what does a good basket look like, what do you not like, what do you like for colors, what's pleasing, and then I give the students the lists of all of my plant material that we're purchasing, and the students then go about designing their own baskets utilizing the concept of having a single thriller in the middle, a filler of like a petunia or a calibrachoa, a spiller of a petunia, and a filler of one of the other like bacopa or diascia, that kind of a thing. So those are the pieces that we do with students in late December and early January. And the plant material is chosen by my students the previous year. So as soon as I finish with this craziness, one of the pieces I'm going to do with students is show them what we were successful at selling this year, and we'll go through in our assignments and our Zoom calls, and we will choose and start working on our orders for next year. That, you don't need to see that again. I want to show you my coleus. So one of the things that I am able to do is I'm able to hire a couple of student workers every year through the proceeds of our greenhouse, as well as through a grant that I have. And one young lady is a manager this year, and she's been my manager for 4 years. And as part of that, she has really stepped up and taken on more and more leading roles as she's learned to work the process of the greenhouse. And I let my managers do some ordering. Well, this year she says to me, Mrs. Weeks, I love coleus and we don't have enough ordered. So we went through and we found some additional coleus that we could order for her to be able to plant and take care of. Unfortunately, everybody went home, so I did the taking care of. But in order to be to use your resources the best when you're ordering from a commercial greenhouse, you have to order by the case. There are 600 coleus in a case. So we ended up with about 600 coleus plants to be able to sell. And she promised me, Mrs. Weeks, I'll be there and I'll be the one that pushes the coleus. Yeah, it didn't happen, but that's okay. They look pretty cool in the greenhouse. But that's a big piece of what we do. The students get the opportunity to make decisions about how we run the greenhouse and what kinds of crops are successful and what they think that people want. I also have them use the skills of creating surveys and going out and talking to their parents and neighbors and finding out things like, What would you prefer for pickup? If there's not a plant available for you, would you prefer a similar color, a similar plant? Those kinds of questions that are important for customer service. Normally, students are the ones who are selling the plants and writing up all of the orders and those kinds of things. This year that didn't happen, but it's usually a pretty big highlight of what we do. I want to get you the setup of how we're doing this remote distancing. What I'm showing you is the night before the pickup, we set up the welding curtain rods outside of my classroom, and we filled those with hanging baskets. So people wouldn't have to be assigned a hanging basket. They could actually pick their hanging basket as they drove through and did the pickup. And that part has been kind of fun because people they're always excited to get to choose their own. And then it's looked really cool outside my classroom. And the final thing I want to show you, and then I'll stop and answer questions. So this is our setup for our online pickup. We set up several tables and we set up a drive-through that went behind our building. You could see where our building was. This is the outside of our greenhouse. And we've worked together as a team to come up with how do we mark the sales with people's names and get all of their orders pulled. And they just pull in. We have somebody out there who asks for their name, turns around, we've got it on a plant stand, we load it, they choose their hanging basket, and off they go. And pickup is taking about a minute a person. That's salvia. Monarda is tall and by the sunflowers. Those are the big things I wanted to share with you guys. We had a huge sale. We sold more this year than we've ever sold in the history of the greenhouse. And I am excited to see what this craziness of this year can morph into in the future.
That's awesome. Sounds like a lot of organizing.
A lot of organizing, but it's been a lot of people coming together. And I said, this is my concept here. This is point A. This is kind of the end point. And so many people have come together and said, well, I think we can improve on the system this way. And I think we're kind of a finely oiled machine right now.
Yeah, that's awesome. All right, I have some questions. Can those baskets still be ordered, or are you guys all out of those?
I have a few baskets left that people can come and we can take a look at what I've got left after Monday pickup. We're doing like 7 days of pickup. But my online orders are closed. We just can't handle anymore.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm sure. Okay, what part of Washington is Battleground in?
We are in Southwest Washington, just north of Vancouver, which is right across the river from Portland, Oregon.
Awesome. It's so awesome to see people from all over the country.
Oh, I am so excited by this activity. I've been talking it up. My students have to watch 10 segments. So
that's awesome.
That's their assignment. Can I sunshade my screen? I don't know how to do that, Jesse. Jesse's asking me questions and I don't know what to.
Yeah, this thing is a little tricky.
I meant unshare. Oh, yeah, I can unshare, I think. Stop share. There you go.
Nice. Perfect.
Sorry about that. Forgot that part.
No, you're good. I wouldn't know how to do it either. All right. What size pots do you use for your coleus? The person said that they grew some in her greenhouse last year and it just got tall and skinny. Still pretty, but not full.
So, two things. I use a 6-inch pot, but space. One of the things plants and animals both need to grow is space. And I grow way too much in the greenhouse, so my stuff is tall and leggy too. But you need to put at least a finger between all of the pots, if not 2. And that's how I space it when I'm growing the way I should. As opposed to shoving everything I can in there.
Okay. Do you grow all of your plants from seed?
No, not at all. We do a lot of purchasing by plugs throughout the Pacific Northwest, and I use Ball as my broker for plugs. And then we do like our vegetables from seed and some of the most simple bedding flowers, because there's some that I still haven't figured out what it takes to get them out of the ground. And the plugs are nice because while we still have to transplant them, they've got that jump start and they're more likely to succeed.
Gotcha. Well, I think that's all we have for you. Thank you so much for joining us, Annette.
Thanks so much for your efforts to do this, you guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, that greenhouse is so cool. I'm hoping maybe we can talk Pontiac into building one.
I'm hoping maybe Pontiac comes and does one of their exchanges over here.
Yes, that would
Nudge,
be
nudge,
awesome.
Mr. Faber. And then I can take you out to the ocean too, because we're only about 2 hours from the ocean.
Oh, wow, that's awesome.
So,
yeah, to talk Mr. Faber into that.
all right, you guys, take care and have a great day.
Yeah, thank you. You too. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to our next speaker is Mr. Dan Davis. He and his family started Gravity Farms in rural Pontiac, and he has had many Pontiac FFA members tour his American Bison farm, me being one of them, which is what he'll be talking to you about today. So how are the bison liking the mud, Mr. Davis?
The bison are used to the mud. I don't know how much they're liking it. I'm very thankful for some green grass finally, and we've moved from our winter pasture out to some fresh green pastures, and so far they're digging it.
Yeah, they look pretty happy out there. Blue skies.
Yeah, blue skies and sun, and they're just kind of chilling right now. We're actually due for 4 babies here pretty much any time. I have 2 mamas that are, I think a hard sneeze might put them into labor, but anytime I'm predicting here in the next week or so, we should have 4 little orange calves rolling around.
That's awesome.
So anyway, a little bit of history about our farm. Well, let me back up. A little history about bison in general. The main question we always get is, why did you decide to raise bison? And I don't have the great answer just yet, other than they're just a cool animal to be around. Everybody kind of knows the history of bison in the United States. At one time, the population was estimated between 70 and 80 million bison that roamed around. Kind of a comeback story, as they were wiped out almost to the point of extinction, and at one point the population was estimated to be about 700 in the entire United States and Canada. So through all kinds of conservation efforts, your national parks, your private ranches that have started back up, there are about 500,000 bison that are raised in the United States right now. We are a meat business. Bison are classified as a superfood. They're very low fat. They taste like a sweet beef, high in iron, low in cholesterol. It's a lot of cardiac patients. Their doctors are recommending bison if they do choose to eat red meat. To put it a little bit into perspective with the population of bison, there are approximately 40,000 bison processed under USDA plants per year, and like I said, to put that into perspective, that's about what the cattle industry does before noon on a Monday every year. So we are a niche market per se, but I'm kind of glad. The cattle industry has made leaps and bounds as far as improving genetics and improving this. The bison industry seems to kind of be taking the opposite approach, in that we're satisfied with how the bison have been for the last million years. Growth hormones and antibiotics are not allowed in raising bison. This here is my herd bull. He's just kind of lounging in the sun. He doesn't usually let me get this close to him, but he's just happy to be part of the day, I guess. But little bit about animals in general. We have 23. We're on 24 acres of rotationally grazed pasture with mixed grass. Both boys and girls have horns, and you can, maybe you can see, I'm not sure, but they have a winter coat that's really thick and hairy, and now the winter is starting to kind of slough off. They'll roll around in the dirt and make wallows. I don't really see any right now, but you can see on the top of his back where some of that winter down is slowly starting to come off. Other than that, I mean, there are some distinct advantages that I felt over the cattle industry. We've all heard stories about people having to assist with birds on cattle. That is a very, very rare occurrence with bison. They evolved, or they're how they evolved a million years ago. When moms have calves, it's usually about 20 minutes. The calves are up and rolling around with the herd, just because that's kind of how they had to be back when the thousands of animals were just slowly migrating across the prairies. They didn't have time to just wait and chill out. So they still have that, I guess, imprinted on them to where they're up and moving and tough and resilient. Their hair coat is 8 times thicker. The hair follicles 8 times thicker than a cow. So the people that have come out and visited me out here, everybody's like, "Oh, where's your ranch?" or "Where's your barn?" I'm sorry, and I got down to 10 below last night or something. Well, that's their wheelhouse temperature. We toured numerous ranches before we committed to this, and got the same resounding opinion as far as barns and sheds, in that you really have to harass them to get into a barn, even when the wind is howling and it's cold and snowing. And as soon as they can get back out in the weather, that's where they prefer to be. So just a lot of different advantages. Right now, like I say, everybody's kind of slow and chilling out. They don't appear to be super athletic. However, it's been said that bison have been clocked at running 40 miles an hour. They can outrun horses. Thankfully, I've never seen this part, but they can allegedly clear a 6-foot fence from a standstill. My fences are about 5'10", so I hope to never test that theory out or anything. But other than that, like I say, everybody has a distinct personality, and in the 2 years that we've been doing this, we've really come to enjoy it.
Awesome. Well, I have some questions for you.
Let's hear them. Oh, the man's starting to get up.
So how big is the bull?
The bull, he's giving a nice little stretch for you there. His hump is about my height, so it's a little over 6 feet tall. He would come in at about 2,000 pounds right now. They lose a little bit of weight in the winter just from eating hay, but he'll be lumping that on by eating all kinds of grass all day long. So 2,000 pounds-ish. He's 12 years old, and that's another advantage of bison. The moms will calve into their early 20s. My bull should be productive for another 5 to 10 years also. So it's not your typical, 3 to 5, 6-year life cycle of cattle.
Yeah. Awesome. I'm not sure if you told us this already, but how many head do you have on your farm?
Right now, 23, but I don't know. Every time I drive out here, I'm looking to see some little orange Muppets bouncing around. So if all goes accordingly, we should have 27 here anytime in the next couple weeks.
Awesome. Okay. How much meat do you get from one bison?
So the ideal live weight, just for, when they get older, like any animal, the cuts would get tougher. The ideal live weight is about 1,100 pounds-ish. That will yield 600-700 pounds of meat off of that. And then, hides and whatnot, that's a sought-after commodity as well.
Gotcha. Right.
It's not gonna find anybody else.
So you were saying there's 4 calves on their way this year?
There should be, I have 4 pregnant moms that are up first here.
So is that like a usual number for each year of how many calves you have?
Well, since we're still kind of in the building phase, we've been buying we've sourced animals from 4 different places now. Our goal is to have just a foundation herd of the bull here and a staple crop of females, and then sell the offspring as they come of age.
Gotcha. Okay, let's see. Do they ever get out is another question I just got.
Thankfully, no. Not looking forward to that phone call, but we did our due diligence. I'm hoping as far as the planning phase, you know, I spent a little bit of extra money. We don't live here. We live in Pontiac, so we're 5 miles away. I come and I'm out here every single day, but our fences, I'm hoping we built them high enough and tough enough where that's not going to be a problem. Our corral that we handle them once a year in, that's the only shots they ever need. That's made of guardrail from the highway.
Gotcha. How much pasture do you need for the bison?
That depends on where you're at in the world. They need a lot this was all weed stubble, so the grass, so to speak, is still kind of young grass. I don't want to push that envelope just to have a few more animals. That's part of our plan, is to make sure this is a sustainable.
Gotcha. All right.
Grouchy moms, you might not like me being this close. Which is another thing. I mean, we have offered tours in the summertime. I don't know how that's going to work this year with the COVID, but you know, people, it's not a petting zoo. That's part of the allure. Our goal is to keep the bison wild. I mean, these are obviously a little bit friendly with me just because they know I'm their food and I'm their buddy and I'm not here to harm them. But we don't want it to where it's just a tame thing and people can come up and scratch their ears. And you know, we like the history of the animal and keeping that intact.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, last question here. Are you in the honey business too?
I am in the honey business. Thank you for that drop in. I kind of forgot about that. My son is a beekeeper. We have 5 beehives up and going. A few of them we just started this year, so I don't think I'll have any surplus honey, but yes, we're beekeepers, and then we also own some of the dumbest chickens in the face of the earth. The chickens are used as we rotate bison from one pasture to the next. The chickens will come into the pasture where the bison just were and help scratch the manure out and help with fly. They'll eat the fly larvae, and so it's kind of a symbiotic relationship, if you will.
All right. Well, I think that's all we have for you today. Thank you so much for signing on with us, Mr. Davis.
All right, Maddie, I appreciate the invitation.
Thank you so much.
See you.
All right. With that, I think we're going to be moving on to our next speaker today. Up next is Justin Vanderlee from Santa Ynez Valley Union FFA chapter. I really hope I did not butcher that name.
You did not. It sounds pretty good.
Okay, perfect. Justin is meeting with us all the way from California, so he will be talking to us about the care of broccoli. Thank you so much for joining us. We're so excited to hear about broccoli. Go ahead.
Thank you for having me. As you guys know, my name is Justin Vanderlee, and I am from Santa Ynez FFA here in sunny California. And the agricultural product that I'm going to be talking about today is broccoli. This is my grandparents' ranch where we grow about 6 fields of broccoli. It's a very nutritional vegetable that I've taken interest in. It has a lot of fiber, protein, it's good for, helps with prevention of cancer, helps with if you have fiber loss, yeah, helps a lot of things, and it's very nutritional. When I was younger, I didn't really like broccoli that much, but as I grew older, I started to see what a major impact it is on California. In California, we grow almost all of the broccoli that is distributed throughout the United States. So it's pretty cool. Yeah, right now, this stage of the broccoli, it's almost in maturity. In a couple of weeks, we'll probably start seeing crowns on it, and we can start harvesting. Overall, it takes about 100 days for it to grow all the way into maturity. So yeah, there's a lot of ways you can cook broccoli, steam it, fry it, anything. There's just make it a lot of flavor. Yeah, people don't think it's that exciting, but I've personally found a good interest in it. I like growing it and seeing the process of it develop. And when you harvest it, it's really cool to see the workers come out, and I help them sometimes shuck the broccoli and put it in the trucks. So yeah, it's a cool experience. I get to live in California and see this product be made and be distributed throughout the United States. So yeah, I'm pretty lucky to see that. Overall, I mean, there's not much to know about broccoli. We have an irrigation system set up to help water it. Yeah, we're about on 100 acres of broccoli fields right now. That's pretty cool. We also grow different crops like cabbage and cauliflower too. And yeah, I guess I'm open for questions.
Awesome. All right. So did you say when it'll be ready for harvest?
I'm guessing probably about 50 days, more days.
Gotcha. Awesome. So, being from Illinois, I'm kind of clueless on this. How do you actually harvest the broccoli?
Oh, okay. So there's like these big trucks that come in and they like shuck it. And then they shuck it and they put it in big trucks, and it goes through like this conveyor belt, and they see if it's actually healthy and it's good broccoli. And then if it's good, they'll take the whole field out, and then they'll turn it over and start a new batch.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm from Illinois, so I'm used to seeing the big combines going through the fields for the corn. So,
Yeah.
so it's a little different.
Yeah, a little different.
So for planting, how do you do that? Do you have big planters or?
Yeah, we have big planters that come in and just.
Gotcha. Okay, so it's probably pretty similar.
Yeah,
to
probably pretty similar.
corn. All right, let's see. What else do we have here? How long does it usually take to go from your field to the grocery store, would you say?
My field to the grocery store, probably like 8 days, 10 days.
Gotcha. All right, let's see. What else do I have here? How many crops can you grow in one field per year?
Oh, that's a really good question. I don't know. I'll have to do some more research about that. It's a lot. It's a lot of crops. I don't know. They do. Oh, I remember someone told me one time, but I just can't remember.
Okay, let's see. So how many broccoli plants do you have per acre? Sorry, these are tricky questions.
Logistical questions. I don't really know, but it's a lot of broccoli.
Yeah. Sorry, we're getting some exact questions today.
Yeah.
We're making you work.
Making it work. But I'll definitely research it and get more into it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So where exactly in California are you guys located?
Well, we live like 10 minutes from like the coast, and we live kind of like Santa Barbara. I don't know where you guys right now. Like 3 hours away from LA up north. Right now we're in this little valley known as Los Alamos, and it's just a little town, but has a lot of vineyards and a lot of crops like these.
Awesome. So it's pretty warm today?
Yeah, it's in the 80s, gonna reach 90, I think.
Wow, I'm jealous. I think it's like 45 here.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we're used to the sunny weather.
Yeah. So, broccoli, would it only survive in like warmer weather? Would it die if it was, say, in Illinois in 45-degree weather?
Yeah, it's one of those crops that you should probably keep in the warmer weather.
Gotcha. Okay, let's see. Okay, somebody wants to see a close-up on the broccoli plant. Can you get us a little
Cool.
closer?
Yeah. Maybe.
Awesome. So the actual broccoli will come out the top?
Yeah, so it comes out about like right here, and it's, yeah, see the crowns and stuff.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Well, with that, I think that's about all we have for you today. Thank you so
Cool,
much for
thank you,
joining
guys.
us.
Yeah, it was fun.
I say I was pretty curious when I saw that broccoli was on the schedule. We don't see anything like this in Illinois. So it's
Yeah.
awesome to see the variety and everything.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you guys for having us.
Yep. Thanks again. All
Alrighty.
right.
Bye-bye.
See ya. All right. Next, we have a brother-sister duo from Prairie Central, FFA in Illinois, Addie and Jacob Raber. They were both on a national runners-up team in the dairy cattle evaluation contest, and Jacob was named state champion in his proficiency award. They will be talking to us about the care of their dairy cattle. Congratulations to you both, and go ahead and take it away for us when you're ready. Let's see.
Addie and Jacob, do we have you there? I can see him and I can hear you guys a little bit. Let us know what we have. You able to join on with us?
Looks like it's just going to be Addie, so we'll see if they're able to join us today.
We're running a few minutes ahead of schedule, so I think they were planning on being on right at 11. So we might have a few minutes.
All right, no problem.
That's been quite a first series here that we've had there, Maddie. What's been your favorite one so far?
Well, that's hard. I don't know. I mean, I think just seeing all the different things. I mean, not many people get to see bison or especially broccoli around here. I think just seeing the variety of things that we've had so far. And also it's just been great to see people from Pontiac coming on here. I haven't been able to see a lot of their faces lately, so it's great to see them. And that greenhouse is amazing. Oh my goodness. So many pretty flowers, and I wanted to buy one of those baskets.
She did have quite a selection of baskets, didn't she?
You did. That was awesome.
So since we've been looking a little bit, and it made me think, we went out and got to see Sam's pig barn with their show pigs today. I know that you've got a background in showing some livestock. Why don't you tell our crowd a little bit about what your showing background is? I know that I've got to watch you show in some of the Grand Champion drives at some of the big shows here in Illinois. So why don't you go ahead and talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. So I show sheep. So that's it's a lot of fun. The sheep are a little more temperamental than say a pig or anything, because they're kind of related to deer, so they're a little bit skittish at first, but once you get them tamed down, they're sweet as can be. And yeah, when you're showing a sheep, you just have to set up their legs square so that the judge can kind of see the side view of them. And yeah, it's been awesome. I'm a big animal person, so it's a lot of fun just being able to train them and get to know them. All right, it looks like we might have, because they're kind of related to deer, so they're a little bit skittish at first, but once you get into
There's Addie.
there we go.
Hey guys,
Okay,
sorry about that. My calf was not wanting to move. So this is Dixie. She's a red and white Holstein. She is actually just turning 2 months old, and she is out of one of our red cows. So since she's a Holstein, she'll produce. She's a heifer, so eventually in her life she's gonna produce milk. And she currently is still on milk. We don't milk cows, so we have our own milk replacer, which is a powder, which is a dry product. And then we'll put water with it, and it'll make a very nutritious milk substitute for the calf. It's a 30% protein and 32% fat mixture. Along with the milk replacer, we're also feeding her 22% calf starter grain. It has corn, oats, molasses, soybean meal, and just other stuff in there just to give her a nice balanced ration. Whenever we fed her home, we fed her out of a bottle. It just helped. It was just easier for her, like, just for her to drink her milk. And as she got older, then we started feeding her out of a bucket. So here in probably about 2 weeks, we'll start feeding her. She's right about the right age for her to start weaning. So we'll get her all weaned off. Right now we're at 3 times a day for feeding her. We'll eventually go down to 2 and then 1, and then she'll be at 0, and then we'll move her to the barn where she will be with all our other heifers that we have. So at the barn, we have 8 heifers in there. We have a couple jerseys and we got a couple Holsteins. She's the only red and white that we got right now. And whenever she's there, she'll have a mixture of 48% soybean meal. The 48% is just the protein percentage, and you want a high protein percentage for show heifers to grow really, really well to become good-sized cows. They'll also get a 15% sweet feed mix with corn, oats, mineral, and just other stuff that's good for the cows to eat. And then they'll also get some hay, which we just do grass hay. It's out of ditches, and it helps them build rib to make them look full, deep, and wide. And then we'll breed them right around whenever the year roll. And whenever they calve, they'll go to different farms. So we have 2 different farms that our cows go to. Where our jerseys go is Kilgus Farmstead. They're in Fairbury, Illinois. And then our Holsteins go to Mackinson Dairy, just north of Pontiac. And then we'll show them all throughout their lives.
Awesome. All right. Well, I will wait and see if we have any questions up here. So, Addie, how many head of cattle do you guys have?
So right now we just have her, Dixie, in the hutch. Right now we have 8 heifers in our barn. We have 2 Jersey cows out at Kilgus's, and 3 Holsteins up at Mackinson Dairy.
Gotcha. Awesome. So how long before she produces milk?
So since she's just 2 months old, it'll probably be just under 2 years. Usually we try to cabin heifers to be right about 22 months old to start producing milk. So she's still got a while. She is not bred since she's just 2 months old, but here probably another 9 or 10 months she'll be bred.
Gotcha. So for a normal cow, how much milk would they produce in one day?
Well, if you're talking about a Holstein, a good producing Holstein, which is what she is, she's just the red version of a Holstein. It's kind of like red and black Angus. She's just that red Angus kind of thing. A good producing Holstein will usually produce around 90 to 100 pounds a day. And so that's the equivalent of like 10 to 11 gallons of milk a day.
Gotcha. So what did you say your calf's name was?
Her name is Dixie. Her mama's name is Duchess.
Oh, very cute. Let's see what other questions we got. Okay, so can you tell us about some different breeds and how you can tell them apart?
Okay, so since she's a Holstein, and most Holsteins are black, and that's the most, they're black and white, and that's the most common breed that you'll see. The other breeds are Jerseys. Jerseys are usually brown. They can be light brown to almost black, gray, just depending on what the genetics are, and then some of them even have white spots from at a time that could have been bred to Holsteins or something, or like an Ayrshire or something like that. And then you have a Brown Swiss. Brown Swiss are usually like a grayish color. They can be almost white to almost black. They are big, strong animals. And then there's Ayrshires. Ayrshires are actually very similar to red and white Holsteins. They are just smaller framed animals, and they're just a smaller animal, and they're really similar to a Holstein. There's Guernseys. Guernseys they're like tan and white. So they kind of look like a Holstein, but they're a lot smaller, and they don't produce as much milk, but whenever they do have milk, it's more of a golden color, hence why they call them the golden Guernseys. And then finally, we have the Milking Shorthorns. Milking Shorthorns actually were bred from beef cow Shorthorns, and they bred them for their milk traits to make more of a milking breed. So they're dual purpose, and they can be roan, white, red. Most of the time they have red on them. They will never have black or white unless they're like a crossbred between like a Holstein or something like that.
Gotcha. Awesome. Well, I know you said something about the type of milk that one of them made was a little different. Are there any differences overall between the different breeds and the milk they produce?
So the Holsteins, they produce the most amount of milk. They don't have the most components, which is like your protein, your fat, your just all your minerals and stuff. They just produce the most. The Jerseys, they have the highest butter fat content. Guernseys, they have more of the butter, fat, and the protein. Same with the Brown Swiss. The Brown Swiss cows, they usually like to use their milk a lot for cheese because it's really, really good for making the different types of cheeses. Ayrshires is actually very similar to Holsteins. They just don't produce as much. And then Milking Shorthorns is the same thing.
Gotcha. Awesome. So how many calves do you have right now?
We just have Dixie. We actually just moved a heifer from the hutches last week and over to our barn. So we just have her right now. But here I think at the end of June, we'll have a Jersey calf on the ground.
Awesome. So how often will they have a calf, like cows?
So our usual, like for our interval is just like how often we want them like to be in lactation. We usually want that to be around a year. So a cow is pregnant for 9 months, just like a human. And so they'll be milking for 10 out of the 12 months in a year, or that's our target. And then they'll be dry for 2 months or 60 days. That's also our target. So we usually want them to milk for about 305 days. So we'll breed them so that we can try and keep them on the interval. So we'll try to have one at least every year.
Gotcha. So cows, they usually only have one. Do they ever have two babies at a time, or?
So they can. It's actually very rare for cows to have twins. It's hard on the cows and on the cow and the calves, and sometimes even triplets or quadruplets even happen. But that is extremely, extremely rare for that to happen.
Oh wow. Let's see. So how big will the cows get?
So it just depends on each cow. So the Jerseys, they're actually the smallest breed. They won't get more to be above like my chest height. It was like right above my shoulders. Holsteins, it just depends on their genetics. I've seen some Holsteins, they will tower over my head, and I'm 5'7", and I've seen cows that are almost like 6 foot at their withers, which their withers is right here. You can see that. It's just like right at the top of their top line. She probably won't be that big. She'll probably stand right at probably right about my nose when I'm standing. But we've had cows they're taller than me, almost taller than my brother, but who is 6'4".
Oh wow. So how much will those cows eat and drink in one day?
So cows usually drink around 50 gallons a day. They'll drink out to and from the parlor. Calves, they probably only drink like 2 to 3 gallons, maybe. It just depends on the calf. But feed-wise, they'll cows, they get a TMR, which is a total mixed ration, which is all of their all the nutrients that they need in their day. It'll be all mixed up into one big mix cart, which what they use on the farm, and then they'll put it in front of them, and they'll probably eat. And it just depends on the cow. They can eat anywhere from 10 pounds to 50.
Awesome. All right. Well, I think that's about all we have for you, Addie. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. Good luck this summer if you get to show it all.
Thank you. Yep, you too.
All right. See ya.
See ya.
All right, everyone. We're going to move on to our next speaker. Next is Aaliyah Ogle from Streeter FFA in Streeter, Illinois. Aaliyah was just named state champion in her proficiency area, and she will be talking to us about her very own bakery, Blue Eyed Rascal Bakery. I hear the scones are amazing.
Yeah. So I'll tell you a little bit about how my project started. So I started in summer of 2017. I kind of worked out of my home kitchen as baking kind of just as a hobby. I would sell at like farmers markets and vendor shows just because it had kind of been something I had done ever since I was a little girl, and so it was something I was really passionate about. So I started selling at farmers markets to kind of turn it into something more. And then my parents had purchased a building in downtown Streeter. They didn't really have an idea on what they wanted to do with it. And so I kind of tossed around the idea. I was like, hey, I want to open my own bakery. And, me thinking of that as a joke, because, I've never met like someone my age that owns their own like business, like brick and mortar storefront type deal. And so me thinking of it as a joke, my mom was like, yeah, like that's a great idea. And so ever since then, that was I think fall of 2017, we just went from there, and I built a logo, started building my brand. I kept selling at vendor shows and markets and things like that, and just kept building my customer base. And then June of 2019, I was able to successfully open Blue Eyed Rascal Baking Company, and I'm located on Main Street in Streeter, Illinois. And I currently operate with myself as like the owner. So my mom and I are co-owners, and then I operate with 2 other employees, one being my sister and then another FFA member.
That's awesome. So what kind of things do you make?
So we do a lot of like scones, cinnamon rolls. Those are some of our most popular items, but I do like specialty cupcakes, sugar cookies, pretty much if people throw an idea at me, I can do it. And I've started to like open the horizon a little more. I've done some birthday cakes, some French macarons, some pretty unique things. I try to keep the items that I'm making pretty unique, especially to not compete with other businesses in the area.
Gotcha. Awesome. What is your favorite thing to make?
My favorite thing to make are probably scones, just because I made them so long. That was like the very first item I made at farmers market. But kind of my fun item to make would be the French macarons. So they're like the little colorful cookies, and you can like put any filling you want, and you can decorate them in such cool ways. And that was one of the things. It took me so long to like master the recipe because they're made with egg whites and that they tend to crack and everything like that. And so they're hard to perfect. And so once I perfected it, it was like a big deal. And so that was kind of my wow item that I've made.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So where did the name of your bakery come from?
Okay, so I've Irish danced for about 10 years. I've done it, because I'll be 17 this July. And so that was the name of one of the dances we did. And I also have blue eyes. And so I remember one day I was looking through my dance folder, and I had been trying to come up with a name for the bakery like forever. Like, it took me a good year to finally get a name set in stone, because like I had all these ideas. But then I was in dance class on a Monday night, and I was just looking through my dance folder, and I was like, yep, that's the name. That's the name I want to do. And so one of the dances was called Blue Eyed Rascal. And so I just put bakery on the end of it, and there's the name.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So what has been the hardest part of running your business?
Probably it's just in general figuring things out. my mom kind of has some like accounting experience and business experience, so that kind of helped me get started. But probably the hardest part is like figuring out what people like, figuring out how much of everything I need to make. And within the first couple of months, it really helped when I first got started to see what people did and didn't like, so then there wasn't food waste or anything like that. So kind of just figuring out how much to make and what people like were probably two of the hardest things.
Gotcha. So what are the future plans for your business?
So I plan to continue the business. I actually plan on attending either Illinois Valley Community College or Joliet Junior College this fall, and it would be mostly online courses so I can continue to run this. And then fall of 2022, I plan to attend St. Ambrose University to major in business administration. So I'm looking, within the next year, I'll be looking to hire someone on to help me out while I'm gone. And so then once I come back from college, I can come back and implement any new ideas I have and, keep going with it. And then hopefully I would like to open either another location or like a small like coffee bar I've been looking into, hopefully in a surrounding town, hopefully somewhere in LaSalle County.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to St. Ambrose this upcoming fall, so that's awesome.
Oh, okay, cool.
All right, let's see. Do you have to have a special food license to sell your baked goods at the farmer's market or in your store?
Okay, so when I sold at farmers markets, I had to have a cottage foods license. And so pretty much what that did was they had to make sure that like they had to inspect my home kitchen and make sure like it was all up to date and everything was sanitary for me to be making baked goods out of my home. And so that license was pretty easy to obtain. The food sanitation manager's license is what I need to be a manager of my commercial kitchen here. And it allows me to watch over my other employees who are food sanitation handlers. The difference between the handlers and the manager is the handler just takes a quick online course and they get a certificate. And they are only allowed to be working when the manager is in the building. So I either have to be here or my other employee who is a manager has to be here when other employees are here, because what we had to do is we had to go through, it's an 8-hour course they do at a community college, and then it's like a test you have to get, I believe, 85% to pass it. And so that one's a little more intensive than just kind of taking an online course.
Gotcha. Awesome. So have you ever thought of coming to Pontiac with your store?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, I would be down.
I think you guys have some good bakeries there, don't you?
Yeah, we do. We got Pops.
Yep.
Yep.
Good deal. Mom's gotten stuff there from a couple of times, and always good stuff.
Oh yeah, it's great. Let's see. So, what is it like working with your sister in a business every day?
It can be rough some days, but other days we get along pretty well. I think mainly because we're so close in age. She is only a year and a half older than me, so we kind of go together, and we've always had a pretty good relationship. So I think that's really helped. And she's also, she helps. I have someone to listen to at work. If I get frustrated at work, she's always here to help. So of course we have rough patches some days just because we're family, and of course we don't always agree because I am pretty stubborn. And I'm learning to lighten up on that. But otherwise, we do get along pretty well.
Awesome. So, you're doing this all with your schoolwork. How do you balance all of that?
So I am actually homeschooled. The only class I've taken at Streeter High School is an ag class. I've actually been homeschooled since first grade, I believe. And so I'm actually fortunate enough, I'm a junior this year, but I've earned all the credits to be able to graduate this May. So I'm graduating a year early, so that's helped because then I can kind of start college a little early and get that jump start on it. So being homeschooled for sure has helped. Of course, I had to find like that balance because when I first started, I would be at work from like 5 a.m. to like 2 p.m. and then I'd be exhausted from work, and like I'd get home and I'd have all this schoolwork. I've kind of learned to either bring some of it with me to work, or if I get a lot of it done on the days I'm off. So like, for example, I'm off like Sunday and Monday. So if I get a lot of it done for the week those days, then there's a lot lighter load and I can focus more on my work. So I found that to be very beneficial.
Yeah, awesome. So how has this shutdown impacted your business?
So pretty much we decided to close, I believe it was towards the end of March up until April 30th. We did take a break in the middle to do Easter orders just for a little bit of extra income and to tell our customers like, hey, we're still here kind of thing. But the reason we closed is because my grandpa's currently going through chemo, and so we didn't want to risk anything on his side. We'd rather just have our customers and our employees stay safe. I actually reopened on May 1st. We were doing curbside, like contactless pickup only. So my mom and I sat down and we created, through our point of sale system, we are able to create a website where people can do online ordering only. So then we're not handling cash and credit cards to limit contact as much as possible. And then pretty much they just go on there and then they come and pick up their order. So that's helped a lot with limited contact. And we plan to continue doing that at least until June, and then see how things are going after that.
Awesome. Okay, let's see what other questions we get. What feature products are you offering or planning to offer in the near future?
Okay, so currently for drinks, I serve Intelligentsia Coffee, which is located in Chicago, Illinois. And they're my coffee roaster. They do like teas and all sorts of good things as well. And so right now our coffee special is a caramel coconut latte, and we do a house-made coconut syrup in that. And then we also have a blueberry lemon matcha, so it's really pretty. It's out there on Instagram somewhere. The bottom layer is a homemade blueberry lemon syrup and milk, so it's like a really pretty purple color, and then a matcha top. So those are our two drinks. And then as we have a pretty limited menu just because of what's going on right now, so we just have our usual like scones, cinnamon rolls, sugar cookies, and chocolate chip cookies to kind of keep the menu limited.
Awesome. So where can we find your bakery?
Okay, so I'm located at 121 East Main Street in Streeter, so right on Main Street. I'm kind of towards the end of Main Street, right across from Walgreens. And it's in a big white building, and there's a big bright blue sign hanging up, so it's pretty easy to spot.
Awesome. Well, with that, I think that's about it. I think that's about all we have for you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Have a good one.
Yeah, thank you. See ya. All right. Well, moving on. Our next speaker comes to us all the way from Lowville, New York. Mickey Dietrich is an avid FFA supporter who will be discussing forestry. So take it away whenever you're ready.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So we're going to go and walk an active logging job here right now. I'll take you for a quick walk. It's going to be kind of loud, so I'll talk a little bit now, maybe walk around and come back to the truck where it's quiet here, and then, you know, I can answer any questions there. So basically, just to give you an idea, so my background is I actually for a few years, I was actually a manager of 40,000 acres of woodlands, where we did a lot of active logging jobs. Since then, I do a different job now, but I still am involved with the logging industry. My friend and I, we just recently purchased 210 acres that actually the logger we're going to see now, he's not working on our job today, but he'll be working on our property this summer. So with that, if it's all right, I'll take you for a quick little walk around and show you some of the equipment.
Sounds good.
All right. Well, sitting in the truck, I can at least show you here that we got it's a loader and a slasher. So that's where all the wood is cut. And then they pick it up, and that's what they use to load the trucks. So we're going to actually go back in the woods right now and check out where they're cutting some trees here. Don't mind if it gets a little noisy. That's the chipper. And now we're going to just take a walk back in the woods here and catch him doing some cutting. So with this logging operation, they got what they call the chipper, which we just saw down there. So it basically chips a lot of the trees up, and that goes to like as a woody biomass for fuel and things like that. So and then we got a lot of the logs and stuff that are cut are used for furniture. Right now, this isn't my property, but I can tell you that they're cutting mainly eastern white pine on this job. And probably a lot of that will go into your lumber. So here we're going to have a skidder and a feller buncher. So we'll try to. That's a feller buncher down there. What the feller buncher can do is it can actually cut the tree and pick it right up after they cut it. There goes the skidder in front of us right now. So he just cut the tree back there. I don't know if you see it, but he can back it out, carrying the whole tree and lay it down. The nice thing with a feller buncher is they can grab the tree and actually move the tree, which causes less damage to the rest of the trees that you're leaving. Walk down here, get a little more glimpse. So this is what we call a mechanical crew. It used to be where everybody cut it by chainsaw, by hand. But now this is a mechanical crew right here.
Mickey, I think that our screen froze up here for just a moment. We haven't we've been froze on looking at some trees here for a few moments.
Okay. Is it working now or is it still froze up?
It still froze up.
All right, let me go back up the hill. Is it still frozen? Is it still frozen?
I'm not seeing anything. Are you seeing something, Mr. Faber?
No, it's still a little froze up. Let's see if we can get a transition back to Mr. Dietrich. Oh, there I saw him.
So you got me now, or?
Saw you for a moment, and then you were gone again.
All right, let me back up here. Any luck yet? Or?
Yep, now you're back.
All right. So what's happening is I think when I go down over the hill here, I'm losing a signal on the phone. So basically, I can just see if I can pick up a little bit right here by the landing. So like I said, this is the slasher. He's putting it in to cut up the trees. Actually, right now they're feeding it down to a chipper. Let me see if I can sneak to the top of the hill down here.
We just lost your camera again. We can hear you, but we just lost your camera again.
We'll come back and back to trucks. I can answer questions or that type of.
While we're doing that and getting a little bit more, what type of trees are being logged right now?
Okay, so right now they're logging eastern white pine mainly here, and so there I did see some Scots pine down in here too that they're cutting, but this isn't actually my property, so I'm not too familiar with exactly all that's going on. But like I said, the eastern white pine, some of it will go to lumber, like at the lumber mill.
Gotcha.
I'm jumping in here. There we go.
Perfect.
So I don't know. Do you have it back now?
Yep.
Okay. So if I see a skidder or something, I'll maybe just switch the camera around so you can see it coming. But yeah, so they're mainly logging the eastern white pine. You know, with this job here, they are doing some chipping. So the chipping would be going for woody biomass, and then go towards power generation over at Fort Drum. But yeah, otherwise, you know, on the property that they work on for us, we've been primarily cutting. So up here in this area, black cherry tends to be the primary tree species you're looking for. That usually has the higher value to it. It's used lots of times for furniture, that type of thing. And that's where the property that my friend and I have together, there we have a lot of black cherry on that. And then we do have some hard maple. Hard maple also tends to go to furniture, that type of thing. That's a pretty valuable species. Hard maple is also known as your sugar maple, which is also used for maple syrup and sugaring and that type of thing. So, so that's a pretty valuable species to have. In a lot of cases, we have beech trees, and the beech is not really a high value wood. It actually sprouts up everywhere and grows everywhere, and you try to actually limit that in your forest stands. But it also can be a benefit to wildlife. So in some cases, what we'll do is we'll leave what we call wildlife trees. So if it's a big beech tree with beech nuts, we might mark that tree to stay, so it provides food source for deer and other wildlife. They even call them bear trees sometimes, because the bears will actually claw up the beech trees, and you can actually see the claw marks on them. And you know, so what we'll do lots of times, we might mark it as a wildlife tree, because the bears will actually climb the beech trees, grab the branches, and they snap them, kind of bring them together and sit on them, and they sit there and eat all the beech nuts up in the tree. So so there's definitely benefits. If we see like older trees that have you know, they're hollow, those are good wildlife trees. That's where you got a lot of habitat, you know, there for animals, for their dens. Up on our property, we have actually quite a few fishers. So I don't know if they're kind of like a huge weasel, I guess. You can kind of think about it that way. But, you know, in some cases they're declining over in, like, they're finding that there might be a decline happening in other places in New York, but over where our property is, they're pretty abundant, doing well there. But I don't know. I'm happy to take any questions, but I will say that, you know, with any of the logging jobs, our goal is usually try to remove the poor quality trees. What we're looking to do is, what we want to do in those situations is find the trees that are, you know, maybe smaller, that, you know, are what they call subordinate trees. They aren't the primary trees that are growing the healthier trees. So we try to remove those. The bigger trees that are ready to be harvested before they start to decay and that type of thing. And we try to leave any of the good trees there, you know, intact, that are doing well, seem to be healthy. And we try not to damage those. That's the importance of a mechanical crew here, is that unfortunately we're unable to show you, but the feller buncher actually cuts them. Looks like a big, huge excavator, but with a saw on it, and it cuts it, and it can pick the tree right up and then lay it down.
Gotcha. Well, we do have some questions for you. So how much is one log worth?
How much is one log worth? Well, probably it'll depend on the tree species, but typically, we get paid by 1,000 board feet. So on a truck, for instance, there's usually probably, I'd say probably worth about, maybe about 4,000 to 5,000, about 5,000 board feet on a log truck when it goes. It all depends. Black cherry at one point was about almost $1,000 a board feet, and then it dropped to $400 1,000 board feet. So, so we logged, for instance, we logged about 80 acres, and I think we wound up altogether bringing in, before taking out any expenses for road work or that type of thing, we had probably close around 60,000 or so dollars that came in from that. So, like I said, a lot depends on the tree species. Black cherry is very goes up and down in price very dramatically. It can be very high, one of the best selling tree species, and it can also be at the very low very quickly. Hard maple tends to be a little steadier. It's a little bit less usually than black cherry, but actually right now it's actually a little higher because black cherry prices have dropped.
Awesome.
So I guess one log, so one log, go ahead.
Okay, let's see here. How many logs do you expect to get from one tree?
Typically from one tree, I would say you're looking at probably about 2 to 3 logs, depending on the size. I mean, and the quality of the tree going up. If it's a pretty straight tree, you can probably get 3 logs out of it.
Awesome. All right. Well, I think that's about all we have for you today. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right. Well, our next speaker will be returning back to the Pontiac area, visiting Aaron Hoover, a junior and Pontiac FFA member, who is a member of the Certified Rabbit Breeders Association. He shows his mini Rex rabbits all over the country, and he will be taking us to talk to us about some awesome rabbits. So take it away, Aaron.
Hello. Right now I have 2 of my breeds, 2 out of the 3 breeds I actually raise. On my left here, this one, black and white one, is an English spot. They're a full arch breed, and they run. So when they're running, you're judging on their type and their markings. They have side markings, a spine marking, ear base marking, eye circle markings, cheek spot markings, and a butterfly marking. And you're looking for as clean as you can get on the sides, a nice bold stripe down the back, like he has, a nice colored tail also, and you're looking for an arch, where he's not going to show it because he can't run it. I don't have a running table right now where you can't see it. So that, and I only have 2 of my breeds out right now. I don't have my 3rd one, they're in the barn. But here on my right, this one, the black one, is my mini Rex. They're a compact breed. So when you go and pose them, you pose them like this. You hold their head gently, you push them up a little bit, and then you see how wide they are. Where he's he's a nice wide rabbit. When you're looking on a mini Rex, you want a nice round body. And he has a nice one. You're looking for a full midsection and full hindquarter. Where if you actually look, he's really nice, if you can see that. And then you're looking for a nice short ears, nice blocky head, and nice bone. I have quite a few out here that I can go and pull out. Now here's a doe that I have had for over a year. She originally I originally bred her parents, and I got her. She has a tremendous top line. She's nice and wide. She even has had a litter and all that, so she had babies. She's nice and tall. When you're looking for height, you're looking right here. She goes from the end of my finger up to my knuckle. That's pretty nice height on her. She's a chocolate silver martin. For silver martins, you can show them in 4 colors: black, blue, chocolate, and lilac. She popped out. She was actually out of 2 otters, where the mother carried Chin and silver martin, and I produced her. Her dad is an otter, and he doesn't carry that, so it came from the mother's side. For silver martins, they should have silvering around their ear, silvering right here, and then around the eyes, and then on their belly, it's actually white instead of black, like the black mini Rex. And otters are the same way, but I do have an otter with me, but he's a broken, so you can't really see. But here's the black buck that I had out. See how he's black on the bottom? I actually have his daughter from him, and it's like this. If there are shows right now, she would be on my show team, but I would have to let her grow up because she's still too young. She has a nice wide body, nice full midsection, and nice full hindquarters for a young junior. She's still young. She's about 2.5 months old. When you start showing mini Rex, they need to weigh a minimum of 2 pounds, and that would be juniors. Juniors are range from when they hit 2 pounds, whenever that is, and they have good coats, to 6 months. And then you go and hop up to senior. But mini Rex, they're fancy, so there's only 4. They're 4 class. So you have junior bucks, junior does, senior bucks, and senior does. Then you got New Zealand's and Californians, where I don't raise those. They're 6 class. So you have juniors of those, seniors of those, but then you have intermediates that are 6 to 8 months old. Now here's a color that I have worked with, but I work with a solid variety, where I just started trying to breed for them, is broken reds. I have worked with solid reds, but booted reds, I'm trying to get brokens from him. He's out of a solid red and a broken tort doe. He's a booted, so he isn't solid all the way. So if he was solid, he would have red all down his arms. No, he'd be red right here and red on the feet. But he's booted, so he looks like he has boots on. He actually has a really nice top line too. So he'll be going into the breeding program for what I need to make broken reds. I have 9, or I breed 9 of the varieties of mini Rex, but I do have that chocolate silver martin where I don't breed for those. There's 20 recognized varieties of mini Rex. In my English spots, now I'm going to pull out 2. They're siblings, and all that, but they're 2 different colors. So you got the show marked over here, and then you got the non-showable marked. It's a sport. You use your sports. You can use sports in your breeding program. Where I'm starting out, I've been in spots for about a year. So she'll be going into my breeding program when she gets older to help me try to get spots, or show quality spots. And then her brother, this one will probably be in my breeding program if he has the correct type. But sports you can't show, so you won't see them at shows very often, unless if somebody has one that they're selling. And that's pretty much all.
Awesome. So we have some questions for you.
Okay.
How many litters do you have per year?
That I have it can range from, it depends on the year and all, or time. Spring, I could probably have around 50 litters. And out of those litters, I could keep one, or I could keep the whole litter, or the whole litter I can go and sell.
Gotcha.
Yep. Summer, I usually don't breed because mini Rex, they have an ear length DQ. It's 3.5 inches. So if you have a mini Rex that has a ear over 3.5 inches, it's a DQ. You can't show it. It'll get taken off the tables. So I don't usually breed in the summer, but in the fall and winter time, I usually go and breed. Also, and that's where I usually get my spring string in the fall, and my spring show, or in my springtime litters. Those are for my fall shows, and
Gotcha.
then also fairs over the summer.
Awesome. So how many are born at one time?
It depends on the mom. My solid reds, they usually have litters of 3, but sometimes they have 4. But with me, I've noticed with my solid reds, when they have 3, they usually are around the same weight and all that. But when they have 4, they usually have one's really a lot bigger than the other 3, and they have 2 that will be there on the size where they need to be, and then you got one that's super small. But that's with my reds. With my other colors, it can range from, like I said, 3 up to 5, 6, sometimes 7, but not very often. That's on mini Rex. Spots, I have had 3 litters of them just recently, and 2 of my litters there were 6, and then 1 of my litters I had 5.
Gotcha.
And then Dutch, I just got back into them this year. I've had only 2 litters. I have 4 does and 2 bucks, but I've only had 2 litters, and I've had 2, and I've had 7 from them. But I had Dutch when I first started, and it ranged from 3 or 4 to up to 7 constantly. I've had big litters before of 10, but they're usually some of them the kits don't make it. But that's pretty much all that I've bred.
Do you have any babies right now?
Yes, I do, but I don't have them out with me because they're in with mom.
Gotcha. So what do these rabbits eat?
I go and feed them rabbit pellets, where I feed 3 feeds. It's Mana Pro, Mana Show, and Mana Grow. Mana Pro is 16%, and that's for my herd bucks that I don't show anymore. And those that I had, or that are on, that I took off from the breeding list right now, that that dropped on their weight a little bit. I do mix their feed if they drop weight a little bit with Grow, where I'll explain that here in a little bit. The Mana Show is 17%, and that's more for your show rabbits. So that'll feed to my shows. So like the black mini Rex buck I brought out, he's one of my show bucks. He's on that right now, even with the coronavirus stuff. Then his daughter, she's on it, or she will be on it once she gets up there and I start showing her. Some of the other ones I have out here that I haven't brought out, they're on it, but not very many. Then Mana Grow is 18%. That's where you give it to your does that are on litters that are it gives them extra protein to produce milk and keep them up on their weight, and helps babies grow a lot faster than the other two.
Gotcha. So are these all meat rabbits?
They are not. Mini Rex, you could probably use them for meat, but I don't. I go and I raise them and show them, and that's pretty much all I do with them. But I do have a person that does take them, that he does use them for meat. Spots, I'm just starting them, like I said. I've had them for about a year, so I'm getting used to them. Though you could probably use them more for meat because they're on the higher scale of them. English spots, you can go from 2 pound, or minimum weight is 2 pounds, to 8 pounds is maximum. And that's ranging from junior to senior. And my buck that I had out at the beginning of this, he's 6 pounds, so he's right at ideal weight for them. Minimum weight for seniors is 5 pounds. And I don't use, like I said, I don't use them for meat. I know people that do use them for meat, and the person that all that. But then if I do have some that are too good to go to that person, I go and sell them. So I take them to the show, or I post them on groups that I'm in, and I go and sell them on there. And that's pretty much it.
Awesome. Well, I think that's all we have for you today, Aaron. Thanks so much for joining us.
Yep, you're welcome.
Good luck with all the shows in your future.
Yep, we'll need it.
All right. Well, with that, I think we're going to move on to our next speaker. We are now going to be hearing from someone all the way from Kersey, Colorado. Ashlyn Ochsner is the Colorado State FFA president from Platteville FFA. Platte Valley FFA. She is coming to us live from her family's ranch. Go ahead and take it away, Ashlyn.
Hey everybody, my name is Ashlyn Ochsner, and I, like she said, am from Kersey, Colorado, which is a small town about an hour north of Denver and about an hour south of Cheyenne, Wyoming. So we have a nice little sweet spot. Sorry, my pony here is wanting to get right up in the camera. But yes, so I grew up on a registered cow-calf operation, and I am currently serving as the Colorado FFA state president. So I guess I'm just going to tell you guys a little bit about our operation today. We have a beef cattle operation, and we run about 170 limousine and Limflex cows. So all of those are mama cows. And basically what it means to be registered is they are registered within a breed association, and they identify with that breed, and we basically just have to take more records on them. So we weigh them at birth, we weigh them at weaning, we weigh them when they're a year old, and we take a lot of records, and their genetics are kind of sort of thrown into a database and put into number form, and then evaluated based on that number. So that's kind of a cool way to grow up, I'd say, for sure. But I guess I will also tell you guys a little bit about a year in our kind of operation and how that works. So at the beginning, and she's kind of wanting to get all up in here. Of course, that's how it works, isn't it? They always don't cooperate when they're on camera. But anyways, so about a year in the life of our operation. So in the springtime, so about the end of January, 1st of February, we start calving, and that's probably my most favorite time of the year because all the babies are born, and they're so much fun to hang out with and play with. They're so cute, and I can just hardly get enough of those, enough of the babies. I'm kind of known as the neonatal nurse at my house, so if one needs help nursing or needs help getting started, I'm kind of all in and there to help them and make friends with them and hopefully tame them down so I can irritate my dad when they're bigger and they don't like to move. So that's a lot of fun. So at that time, calves are of course drinking milk, and then cows are eating silage. And I brought a little silage with me today, and it was kind of at the bottom of the barrel. But this is kind of a little bit what silage looks like. And I know you guys have corn in Illinois. So silage is essentially taking the entire corn stalk and chopping it clear up, even with the cob and everything. And we chop that up and feed that to cows. We grind it up. And then we also, for our ration, we grind up hay as well. And that just makes it very nutritious for those cows, because when the cows have their babies, it's kind of hard to keep themselves in good shape if they're nursing to those big strapping calves. So it's important for us to feed them really nutritious feed. And so then we move on to about now is the kind of the time we start branding and shipping cattle. So here in the next week or so, we'll brand all of our calves and then we'll ship them out to the ranch. And the ranch that we lease is is east of us just a little ways. And basically out there, their job is to grow. And it's kind of fun for them to be out there because the bigger the backyard, the more fun you have, right? And so that's kind of their big backyard. And they really enjoy getting out there and getting into the big country. But that's also kind of why I have Stella with me here today. So this is my horse, Stella. This is my mare. She's a 10-year-old quarter horse. And she really likes chasing cows. So she fits in great around here. I always make the joke that I never thought I'd find anything that loves cows as much as I do. And then I met Stella, and she likes cows just as much as I do, if not more. So yeah, out at the ranch, it's real sandy ground out there, and it's like sand and sage. There's not much out there at all. And so that's when our pickups and stuff like that get stuck. So it's important for us to have horses and utilize some horsepower in order to get cows in or move them to different pastures and that sort of thing. So horses are really valuable to us around here. So we have a few good horses, and that goes a long way, especially for our operation. And then I do like summertime as well, but calving season is still my favorite time of the year. And then we get into fall time, which is when we start weaning calves, and that's in about September or October. Most of our calves are about at least 6 months of age at that point, and they have started kind of eating grass out at the ranch, and they still nurse off their mothers, but at that point it's time for them to move on because they're 4 or 5, 600 pounds, 600-pound calves, and those big strapping calves, and it's hard for their moms to keep themselves in good shape and produce milk for those calves, as well as be pregnant with their next calf. So we wean them about September and October, and then we bring all the calves back here to the home place, and we put them on some feed that's also very nutritious and helps them grow. It tastes really good too. They take a couple days to warm up to it, but once they realize how good it tastes, it's kind of like ice cream to them. Ice cream is like, they just love that, and they are ready to eat their feed that helps them grow. And then at that point, cows are still out on the ranch, and they stay out on the ranch until mid-November to December, depending on when their calving date is, depending on when they have their baby. So once they come back from the ranch, they go to corn stalks, and that is also a great time for them to get back into good rig and back into good shape to where they have plenty of weight to produce for themselves and to grow that calf that's inside of them. And then the cycle kind of starts all over again. So it's a really awesome thing to be a part of. But then, sorry, I jumped ahead of myself. But basically the goal of our operation is we're kind of like the first in line when it comes to putting beef on your table. So while we do have a beef business where we sell beef directly to consumers, our main goal with our calves is to make those calves, the girl calves, come back into our herd and be moms for our herd, and then the boy calves be daddies for other people's herds, and they eventually get sold when they're big enough. The bull calves do, the boys do, and they get shipped all across the country to different ranches that can utilize their genetics.
Awesome. Well, the background, the scenery, it looks like a picture. It's so pretty out there.
It is. It was kind of chilly earlier this morning, so I'm glad it kind of warmed up. It was like 80 degrees last week, so I was this cold was this May.
Yeah, it's so pretty. All right, I have a couple questions for you. So, how many cows do you have or cattle out there?
Yeah, so we have about 170 cows. And then, of course, each of those cows will have babies throughout the spring. So that will double. Although we in the cattle business, primarily we only count our cows, and then of course we have a few herd bulls, 5 or 6 herd bulls that we turn out with heifers and cows both during the summer.
Perfect. So, what is your favorite part of the ranch?
That's a tough question. To be honest with you, I like it all. Hopefully, I would like to eventually come back here and take over the operation with my little brother at some point. So I kind of have a lot of favorite parts. I would say, like I said a little bit earlier, I love calving season. It's so exciting. It's cold. It stays pretty cold in here during calving season, but it is so rewarding to see, those calves be born. You work so hard to get them here. And so it's a very rewarding process during calving season. And then I also really liked, so I bought Stella about a year ago. She was on a ranch up in Wyoming, and then she came down to Colorado. She came down to God's country, I like to say, and gets to chase cows. And so one of my favorite things to do in the summer is go take her out to the ranch. There's like next to nothing out there, and so it's really quiet and it's really relaxing. Take her out there and look through cows. So that's probably my 2 favorite parts.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what else we got here. What is branding like?
Yeah, branding is always a really fun time, and I would also say that probably a large number of people that do brand say the exact same thing. It's a really fun time for the people because there's a lot of camaraderie. Oftentimes, so for my family, we have to invite a couple extra people over because we can't do it all ourselves. So branding is a really fun time. We always eat really good food at branding. My mom cooks really good at branding, which is really exciting. But branding is one of those things that can kind of be fairly controversial. And the reason that we brand here in the state of Colorado is that Colorado is a brand state. So if somebody were to steal one of our animals while they were out at the ranch, because we don't have cameras and we can't keep an eye on them all the time, we have to brand in order so we have a brand that's assigned to us, and if somebody were to steal one of those animals and try to sell it or something, somebody could say, well, do you have brand papers from the auctioneers? And if not, then they would of course know that calf was in fact stolen. So hopefully in the future, as much as I do like the camaraderie of branding, I also understand the controversy with branding, and I think in the future we have enough really awesome technology that we may be able to do something that's more efficient. But yeah, so I like branding because of the camaraderie, but hopefully in the future we will be able to have something that's slightly more efficient for the beef industry.
Awesome. That's awesome. All right. Well, we got a comment in that someone thinks your horse Stella is very pretty.
Thank you. I think so too. My brother has another mare that came from the same place that we got Stella, and I always joke that mine's prettier, so it doesn't matter how handy she is. And she's pretty handy too. We got to go get cows in this morning, and so she gets really excited to wake up in the morning and go chase some cows. So yeah. Thank you though.
All right. Well, I think that's about all we have for you. Thank you so much for joining us, Ashlyn.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to give a big shout out to the Pontiac FFA chapter. This has been an awesome and incredibly organized event, and it's pretty incredible that you guys are making such a difference in agriculture, even if it's virtually. And so I got to give a big hand to you guys. So make sure that for those of you watching, make sure you thank the Pontiac FFA chapter. They're a pretty incredible chapter, and they are dedicated to excellence for sure. So way to go.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Best of luck to you finishing up your state officer year.
Thank you so much. See ya. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. All right. Now we're going to move on to our next speaker. Up next is Emma Freebaron, sorry, trying to say it right, from Ottawa, Illinois. Emma is from the Serena FFA chapter and is the Illinois FFA state treasurer. She will be showing us her cattle feedlot. So take it away when you're ready.
Maddie, I think that we have one that got changed on there. Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem.
In our schedule there, we actually have Matea coming to us next. And she we had a slight change, but she is going to be coming to us. I'm going to have her announce exactly where she's from. I believe the Kenai Peninsula up in Alaska, and she just recently retired as the Alaska FFA State Secretary. I think I have all of that right, but Matea, please take it away. Sorry for cutting in there, Maddie.
No problem. Go ahead.
So my name is Matea Boatwright. I'm from the Kenai Peninsula of Alaska. And yes, I just recently retired as the Alaska FFA State Secretary. And today, my presentation, I'm going to be showing you a little bit about my yaks. I raise yaks as my SAE, and it's a small operation right now, but we have plans for expanding quite a bit. So the reason I got into yaks is because ever since I was about 8 years old, I really was interested in the fiber arts, and like knitting, crocheting, spinning, all that kind of stuff. And so I heard about yaks and I was like really intrigued. I was probably about 12 years old at the time, and because they have so many, I heard that they were so versatile and they have so many different uses. So a lot of I went to the National Western Stock Show, and I learned a lot about from people there about yaks and about raising yaks, and I was really just hooked on the idea. And so a few things about yaks I like to highlight is that you can see one of my yaks behind me here, Honey. Her name is Honey, and she's a female. She's about 7 years old. And a few things that people use yaks for are meat. They have incredible meat. It's very similar to beef, although it's quite a bit leaner than beef. And people also use them for milk, and their milk makes excellent cheese and butter. And the manure is incredibly good for fertilizer. And even some people in the yak's where they natively come from in Nepal, they use the yak manure for fuel for their fires. So they actually burn the yak manure and it makes excellent fuel. And then one of the other things people do with yaks is riding and packing. And so me personally, I've tried riding my yaks a couple times. It didn't turn out so well, but this summer I'm hoping to really hammer down on that, and I'm going to really try to train them and break them for riding, because I think that's really cool that you can ride yaks. And then the last thing, as I mentioned, I touched on it a little bit before, the fiber part. That's the part that I'm mainly implementing right now in my operation. And every spring, so right now it would be about that time, the yaks, they shed their downy undercoat. So they have about 3 different layers of fiber. They have the downy undercoat, and they have a little bit coarser, like mid-range hair, and then they have their long hair, like the fringe that you can see here, that almost touches the ground. And so in the springtime, they shed that downy undercoat, and you have to brush it out, otherwise you'll lose it all. And then a lot of people, once they brush it out, there's still a lot of that mid-range coarser hair mixed in with the downy undercoat, and so people will they'll send it away to fiber mills and to get that processed and to get all the coarser hair removed. And then that downy undercoat, it's almost as fine as cashmere, which is one of the finest fibers in the world. And you can use that to make hats, and gloves, mittens, baby garments, anything like that. And then the longer, coarser guard hair, people use that to make tents or ropes, all kinds of different things. And so yaks are originally from the Himalayan area, more specifically Nepal. And the natives there, they use the yaks for a variety of different purposes. They mostly for the meat, milk, and packing purposes, and fiber. And they're incredibly versatile animals. And so as far as what I'm going to be doing today, I was wanting to show a small fiber combing presentation, and then I was going to show a few of the ways you can process the fiber. So I'm gonna grab my comb. I'm going to flip my camera around for this, actually. So this is Honey. She's about 7 years old, and she is a female. And so the best fiber that you're going to be able to get from yaks is right in the shoulder and the upper back and then the neck area. That's where the finest fiber is going to be found. And so what you can see on the outside is generally just like the coarser hair, but underneath they have a lot of that soft downy undercoat. And so you just run the comb over their hair, and she's not shedding a whole ton right now because it's still a little bit cold here in Alaska. We haven't quite hit our huge warm spell yet, but you can see that I'm already combing out a little bit of that soft downy undercoat. And so the shoulders and neck are the best area for that, but you can brush, or you can collect fiber from down on the lower part of the animal as well, although it's not going to be quite as fine of a fiber. And then over here we have Oreo. She is about 5 years old, also a female, and she is the daughter of Honey, the other yak. And she actually is shedding quite a bit more. You can see right here, this hair that's coming out right here, that is like extremely soft fiber right there, because she's younger, and so her fiber is better quality. As they get older, it starts to get a little bit coarser and not quite as nice, but she has a little bit of the yaks. They all have different personalities. So Honey, she's like extremely sweet and docile and like really easy to work with. Oreo sometimes can be a little bit ornery, and so you have to learn how to keep them in their place, because they do have these big horns that they could hurt you with if they wanted to. But yeah, see, like right there, she doesn't always like being handled, but that's one thing I'm working on with her. And I think that's about it for my presentation there.
All right, we have a couple questions. Yep. So what do you do with the fiber when you get it? Do you make things, or do you sell it, or?
So me personally, I have a giant bag of yak fiber that I've collected over the years. I have not sent it off to a mill yet, because I don't feel that with only 2 yaks, I don't feel that I have really enough. My pile of fiber would get lost in the piles and piles of fiber we receive. But I do process it at home. So I actually have some with me. I can show you some things that I've made. And so what I sometimes use is a drop spindle like this, and this is how you can one way that you can spin the fiber into yarn. And here's a ball of yarn that I completed, and then here is a hat that I made from the yak fiber. So it's a finished product, and it's not quite as nice a quality as if I would have sent it to a mill, because there are still some of the guard hairs mixed in there that I couldn't remove completely just by hand, but it is possible to do it at home.
Gotcha. Awesome. So what part of Alaska are you in exactly?
So I'm in the Kenai Peninsula. It's south of Anchorage. So Anchorage is kind of more of the south central area of Alaska, and then below Anchorage, there's a peninsula of land that sticks out below that, and that is the Kenai Peninsula. And I live in Nikiski, Alaska, which is more of the upper Kenai Peninsula.
Gotcha.
So there's a lot of mountain. We don't have mountains right close by, but we have the ocean right close to us.
Awesome. So how big are the yaks, or how big do they get?
So females, obviously they get a little smaller than the males, but my 2 females, Oreo's a little bit bigger than Honey. She's probably around 700 pounds, I would say, and Honey's probably about 600 pounds. The bull that we used to have before, he had extreme behavioral problems, and so we had to actually put him down and use him for purposes. But he got probably close to 1,000 pounds.
Gotcha. Awesome. So
they stand probably about 3.5 feet tall at their shoulder.
Oh wow.
I have to ask because my own 2 children wanted me to ask. Do you know Dr. Oakley, the veterinarian from the TV show?
I do not.
They're a big fan of that TV show from up in the Yukon and Alaska area.
Oh yeah, I do not know. I have actually never heard of him. I don't watch a lot of the Alaska TV shows because a lot of them they aren't really that accurate. But yeah, I'll have to check it out though. That sounds cool.
It's one of the National Geographic veterinarian shows that they.
Oh, I see. I see.
So what all do your yaks eat?
So we feed them alfalfa hay, but however, it's not the hay grown in Alaska lacks in selenium and copper, so we have to supplement their diet with selenium and copper because those are both necessary for their health. And then we also feed them barley pellets and a little bit of grain, but their primary diet is hay.
Awesome.
And I sometimes feed them treats like bread or bananas. They love bananas so much. It's crazy.
Let's see if we get any more questions in here. So do they go out on a pasture or anything?
So for us, we actually, right now we have about 1 acre of land cleared and we have the yaks on that 1 acre of land, but we recently bought about 25 more acres and we've been working on getting that land cleared, and we're going to be planting like pasture grass, and we're hoping to expand our operation beyond just 2 yaks, and we're hoping to eventually get to where we can branch out into the meat and milk industries on a much larger scale and start breeding our animals, and that will have a lot, because pasture is the best for them. But right now we don't have that set up yet. We're working on it this summer.
Gotcha. Awesome. So you said it's still pretty cold there. How cold is it?
Just a second. Let me check. All right. It's about 46 degrees here. There's also only
Illinois.
It's also only 9:13 in the morning though, so it'll get warmer as it gets later.
Okay, let's see. So how old does a yak need to be to have a baby?
So Honey, she was about 2.5 years old when she had Oreo, and that's about the youngest you'd want them to breed is about 2 years, maybe like about 2 years old. And yaks live to be over 20 years old in captivity.
Gotcha. Awesome. Well, I think that's about all we have. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, let's see. Okay. I think with that, we'll move on to our next speaker. Let me make sure. Yep, okay. So up next is Emma Prebaran from Ottawa, Illinois. Emma is from the Serena FFA chapter and is the Illinois FFA State Treasurer. She'll be showing us a cattle feedlot. So take it away when you're ready, Emma.
Yeah, hey everybody. Like she said, my name is Emma Prebaran, and we are here in Ottawa, Illinois on my family's cattle feedlot. So I have my brother with me today. He's on the camera actually, and we're going to kind of show you some of these cows, show you some of the feed that we use, and some of the buildings. So we're going to walk around a little bit here in a minute. But a little bit of background on our feedlot. It's a little bit on the older side and also on the smaller side. A lot of feedlots can hold thousands of head of cattle. We here, our max right now is 800 head. And right now we only have around 350 cattle here with us, so we're kind of empty. We're going to start out by showing you some of the different buildings we have, because we have 3 different types of buildings that people use in feedlots here on our property. So the one we're in right now, you can see all the cows. This is our confinement barn, is what it's called. And what makes this building unique is it has a roof over the whole thing, and it also has slats on the ground so that when the cows poop or just any extra dirt falls on the ground, it falls through those little slats and into get poop out and all the excess waste out, and we actually use it to spread on our fields because we grow corn and soybeans here as well. So that's our first building. This one right now is full of cows, as you can see, and we're going to take a walk around here and we're going to see the other buildings that we have next. So right outside here we have our open concept barn. So you can kind of see over here we have part of it has a roof over it and part of it doesn't. So right now this barn is empty and we're using it for some storage. We're expecting to fill it soon, but basically the cows have the option of whether they want to go inside or outside. Over here we have another barn. We'll walk around here. It's called our monoslope building. So the roof on it goes at a slant. The whole building is made of concrete, and this one probably gets the messiest, honestly. This is the one we have to go through and scrape and clean out and rebed with corn stalks or straw bales the most often. And you can see we have some cows back there too. So we're gonna walk back up here a little bit more about our feedlot. We usually get these cows into our facilities when they're around 600 or 700 pounds, usually 6 or 7 months, and they stay here with us for about a year until they're market ready. So usually when they're market ready, we want them around 1,200 pounds to 1,400 pounds. And the way we get them there is through our feeding program. So every day we start out, we walk all of the bunks at the feedlot. We make sure that the cows are eating all of the food that we give them, because we just feed them once a day and it lasts them the whole day. So we're going to show you what we put in that feed that we give them after we make sure that they've ate all their food. So here we have, if you were on earlier, we were talking to Ashlyn in Colorado about their ranch, and we feed silage as well, like how she was talking about. Ours, we usually feed corn silage like she does, but this is actually sorghum silage. So it's chopped up the same way, but sorghum is actually a grass. And we use sorghum silage and we use corn silage. Right now we're using our sorghum because we've run out of all of our corn silage. Here in this bucket, we have some ground up corn, as you can kind of see. We grind it ourselves. It comes in the whole kernels that we actually harvest from our own field, and we grind it up so that it's more palatable and easier for the cows to eat. Here we have another corn product, actually. This is Distillers, and this stuff you can see is a lot more crumbly. It's a lot wetter, actually, than any other product that we use, and a lot heavier, too. And in this final bucket, we have some pellets. These are kind of basically, it's a big protein source for the cows, as well as it provides them with a lot of extra vitamins and things that they just kind of need to keep their immune system healthy. The last thing, now that we've talked about our buildings, we've talked about our feed. The one thing I forgot to mention was our kind of chute system that we have right over here. And this is right in the middle of everything. We use this anytime that a cow gets sick or something, maybe they hurt their leg or something like that. Or we just need to do routine checkups and vaccinations on our cows. And if we have to do that, we run all of them from their pens, from their little homes that they have in here, into the pen here, and through that chute. And they get vaccinations like we get flu shots. So they have to build up their immunity to different illnesses that they could be prone to. So that's how we do it in there. We'll jump back to the feed. After all of this feed is mixed up, we put hundreds or thousands of pounds of it in a time into a tractor that you can maybe see back there. And on that tractor, there's a scale so that we can see how much feed we're giving to the cows, make sure that it's accurate, because they need different amounts of feed for the different growth processes, and they need the different ingredients. Here, after it's done, we use the tractor, and it has a little kind of belt on it that pushes the feed off into these bunks. And you can see kind of all of the ground up feed, all of it put together, and then the cows are able to enjoy it for a whole day. We do this once every single day, and we also walk through the pens once every single day just to make sure that our cows are healthy, make sure none of them need any special treatment or attention, and just to make sure everything is still going okay. That's kind of the overview of our basic day-to-day stuff. Like I said, these cows stay with us until they are around 1,400 pounds. And for beef cows like this, usually that's about a year. We often have dairy cows come in here as well, because you might not know this, but boy dairy cows, they don't milk, so they are used as beef and as hamburgers and stuff too. So they come into our feedlot, and they take a little bit more time to feed out than our regular beef cows do that we kind of started out with here. We don't have any of them now, but we're actually expecting to get some in soon. Once these guys are ready for market, they provide you with hamburgers, they provide you a steak, roast beef, any kind of beef product that you might like to enjoy comes from these guys, as well as many different things that you wouldn't expect. They're made as a big proponent of leather. So they contribute to things like footballs or basketballs, your sports equipment, as well as there's different things that they contribute to things like paint and crayons and just textiles, a bunch of different stuff. So really cool to see how much we can use of these cows. I think that's about all I have. So I'll take some questions now if you have any.
Awesome. Yeah, we got a couple. So how much does each calf eat a day? Sorry.
It just depends. They'll eat usually anywhere from, I think, 18 to 20 pounds. It depends on the stage of their life. As they get bigger, they're going to start eating a lot more of that food. And it kind of also depends on the different ingredients. So when they're really little, they're eating more of kind of a silage corn-based diet. And when they get bigger, they start eating more of that wet distillers that I showed you before.
Awesome. So what is your favorite kind of steak?
Favorite kind of steak? We eat a lot of ribeyes at our house. Just grew up eating them. So I think that's probably my favorite kind of steak. Something I didn't mention is these are not our particular cows. So I actually don't usually eat, ribeyes or T-bones or whatever steak from these cows in this feedlot. Other people own these cows. They bring them to us, and then we take care of them for them. So it's like a custom-made feedlot, and we kind of design the program. We do all the care with these animals, and then they take them to market after we're done. But probably a ribeye just because we've grown up eating them. My dad actually works as a meat salesman, so we get to eat a lot of really cool different steaks. We just had like a skirt steak the other night too, so it's really cool. It's good being in the meat industry.
All right, let's see. We have another question coming in. What is your favorite part about working with the cattle?
On this operation, it's probably the sense of family that we have when we do it. A lot of bigger operations, they have a ton of people working for them. They're not just a family-oriented business. We're here, we have one person hired on to help us, but all of the rest of the work is done by my dad, my siblings, myself. Sorry, some of the cows are mooing in the background. But just the sense that we get to spend that time together, and it's kind of a sense of pride, I guess, for us to see that load come in when they're just calves and go out when they're all done. To know that we did that together is probably the best part.
Awesome. Yeah, I get what you're saying about coming from a kind of a meat industry. My family raises hogs, so all we eat is pigs. So yeah. I kind of get that from a different side. All right. With that, I think that's about all we have for you. Thank you so much for joining us, Emma.
Well, awesome. Thank you. I've been telling your advisor, Mr. Faber, this is an awesome idea. I've loved watching everybody's. I've learned so much about yaks. I didn't know how I was going to be able to follow that. But such a cool thing that you're doing. And I've learned so much already, and I can't wait to keep watching this afternoon and learn more. So good props to you guys.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your service as a state officer, too. That's awesome.
Yes. Thank you. Take care.
Yep. See ya. Thank you.
Bye.
All right, everyone. With that, I think we're going to move on to our next speaker.
With that.
Our next speaker will be Rhea Bauman. She is from Pontiac. She's a junior at Pontiac, and she was a part of this year's Pontiac FFA officer team, and she'll be showing us her horses. So take it away, Rhea.
Oh, they turn us around. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble trying to turn this thing around.
No, you're good.
Okay, so hi, I'm Rhea, and this is my horse Benton. He is my mom and I's horse, and basically we use him for roping and barrel racing. I barrel race off of him, and my mom ropes off of him. We have 9 horses. My parents and I, well, my whole family, we all get colts, and then started colts, and then we train them, and then we sell them. And so that's kind of how we've just been for the past 5 years. So today I'll show you a couple of the things that we use. One thing that we use is the saddle pad. We use an under pad because most of our horses, they just I don't know, basically, this underpad just keeps like more padding and everything for them. And then we have the saddle, which you obviously ride it, and then the bridle as well. Over here, we also have my mom's colt that we're training right now. That's about all I have. Do you have any questions?
Yes. How old is your horse?
This one is 8, and then this one's only 3.
Gotcha. Awesome. So what all do you train your horses for?
So my parents usually train them to rope and everything, and then we just trail ride and go like camping and stuff like that with them.
Awesome. Do you have horses that give birth on your farm?
No, we do not have any mares. We just have geldings.
Gotcha. Okay, let's see. I'm getting a question in right now. It's loading. Okay. What is your favorite thing to do with the horses?
Probably barrel racing, just because it's a lot of fun. But I also love going camping. It's my favorite time of the year. And we go like down south and like go through like canyons and stuff. It's really fun.
Awesome. How many horses do you have?
We have 9.
9. So do the horses ever get scared on the trails?
The ones that we kind of work with sometimes, but usually we take them like down the road and stuff, so they get used to cars and everything. So usually they're not scared much.
Gotcha. So what do your horses eat?
We use hay, and then we also have grain that we feed our roping horses that we use just like build their muscle and everything.
Gotcha. How old will the horses live?
All the ones we have usually live to be about 25, 30-ish.
Oh, wow. So what different breeds do you have?
We only have quarter horses here. We had a couple paints for a while, but we usually just get quarter horses.
Perfect. So the quarter horses, they're known for like barrel racing and everything, or what are they most known for?
They're most known for probably roping. They also just more like all around horses, so you can kind of use them for anything. Gotcha.
Perfect. Do you have the one colt now, or do you have more or anything?
He's our youngest. We also have a couple 5-year-olds. We just sold one actually. So.
Gotcha. So how much time do you spend with your horses on average, like each day?
Probably about an hour and a half, but I've been riding a lot more lately since we haven't really had anything to do. So I've been riding for about like 5 hours every day.
Fun. So, as the weather changes, does it affect like the horses or how they ride or anything? Like if it's cold?
Usually when it's cold, they're a lot more fired up and hyper. But usually in the summer, they're pretty laid back. But like in the fall or like the spring, they're little.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I think that's all we have for you, Rhea. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. I think with that, we're going to move on to our next speaker. Up next are the Kramer brothers. Peyton is a senior from Pontiac Township High School, and his brother Tyson is a freshman. They are both members of the Pontiac FFA chapter, and they will be discussing tractor functions with us today. So whenever you guys are ready.
All right. How's it going, everybody? Hope you guys' day's going good. That's Tyson up there. I'm Peyton, and Tyson's going to start.
As Peyton and Maddie said, my name is Tyson Kramer, and the tractor we use for field cultivating is John Deere wheeled 8400. It can put out 225 horsepower, and that's equivalent to 225 horses. And here we got the field cultivator. These right here are called the sweeps. These dig into the ground and get nutrients back into the ground. And we move on back here. We got harrows. These smooth out the ground for the planter, which we'll soon get to. And that just helps like get the soil ready for the planting to happen. And then if we come on back here, we usually bring another thing of arrows back, so then it just helps smooth out the ground even more.
All right, that was the field cultivator. We're going to go to the planter now. So we pull the planter with a John Deere 4050. It has 120 horsepower. It's dual, helps give you some more traction. And back here we got a John Deere 7200 12-row planter. So the planter plants the seed in the ground and helps, it plants the seed for this year's crop. So it has markers on it to help you mark where the row is that you're going in case your tractor does not have GPS. So the big thing of the planter is you got your boxes where it stores the seed. The front box is for the seed, and the back box can be used for fertilizer. Moving down along the planter are the gauge. We got the clearing wheels, the gauge wheels, and the closing wheels. The front wheels get all the dirt and debris out of the way, and then the gauge wheels turn and plant the seed in the ground, and then the gauge wheels come and close the seed trench for the plant to germinate. And also, we run chains behind, helps it close up a little bit more. And underneath here is your gauge, is your planting depth, and then your closing wheel pressure. There's air-driven planters, and there's also chain-driven planters. This planter is an air-driven. It uses onboard air that the tractor generates to push the seed into the ground. You guys got any questions?
How deep do the tanks go into the ground?
Let me get this camera turned around. We run it at about 2 to 3 inches, maximum 4 inches into the ground.
Gotcha. All right, I have a very important question, which I'm gonna guess that you already know the answer. Which color of tractor is better, red or green?
Definitely green.
That's what I figured you'd say. That's most of the colors that we saw today.
Oh yeah, red ones catch on fire.
Let's see what else we got. How many rows is your planter?
Our planter is a 12-row planter.
So how much, have you guys got anything planted yet, or?
We're mostly done.
Oh,
just
awesome.
maybe a little replant.
What is your favorite thing to pull in the field?
I personally like to pull the disc the best, which is already back in the shed. What's yours?
I like the disc too.
You get more done.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, let's see if we get any more questions. So do you guys just do corn? Do you do corn and soybeans?
Corn and soybeans. And a little bit of wheat.
Gotcha. Awesome. So you have almost all of that planted now?
Yep. The corn is already sprouted, but it's not out of the ground yet.
So how fast do you go through the field?
We run the field cultivator at try to run it at about 7 to 8 miles an hour. And then we run the planter at about 6 miles an hour.
So how long does it take you usually to get through a field?
With the field cultivator, usually a couple hours.
Gotcha.
The
Do you
field
raise
cultivator,
any animals?
yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. The field cultivator, it's better to run it at a little faster. It helps break up the clumps a little bit more in the field. And yes, we do have pigs.
How many pigs do you have?
We have 10. All feeder pigs.
Gotcha. Let's see. How many acres do you guys plant?
Roughly 900.
Oh, wow. I'm waiting on a question right now.
All right.
What are your future plans?
My future plans are to go to Illinois State University to study horticulture and landscape management, and then minor in small animal science, small animal science, and then I am also playing football next year on the special teams, long snapper.
Awesome. So, once you're done with that, are you going to come back to the farm, or what are you going to do?
I have not decided yet.
Haven't decided?
Nope. I'm going to see what happens.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. How long before the seeds or the plants will be ready to harvest?
All summer and part of fall. Usually looking like late September, early August to middle of August.
Gotcha. All right. All right. Well, I think that's about all we got for you. Thank you guys for coming on.
Thanks for having us.
Hopefully you can get all the crops in the ground and it'll get warmer and stay warm.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Thanks, guys. See you
All right,
later.
thank you. See ya.
See ya.
All right. Awesome. Now we are moving on to our next speaker. Next up is all the way from Lowville, New York again, is Brandon Phelps. Brandon is the current New York State FFA Vice President, and he'll be talking about maple syrup today. So take it away whenever you're ready.
Hey everybody, so as she already introduced me, I am Brandon Phelps, and the part of New York I live in is up on the top half out of the city, so when you hear New York, don't be thinking that. And I'm going to tell you guys a little bit about maple syrup production today. And I started off, and we're going to start off outside. I'm going to flip my camera around. So you guys see, these are the lines, and the sap comes from the trees and then through the lines. But first, I'll talk a little bit about what the sap is and how it works. So you see we have this ginormous tree here, and the regular season for producing maple syrup is about the end of winter, because how the syrup comes out of the tree is the sap is water that has sugar inside of it, and during the winter when it freezes at night, all of the sap rises to the top of the tree, and then when it warms up during the day, it all falls to the bottom of the tree. So we put taps in, which is where we will drill a hole into the tree, and then we use a hammer to put one of these taps in. If I can get this one off, we put this in the tree, and then the sap will go through the line until it gets to this line, and you'll notice that this line is connected to all of the other trees throughout the woods here. So you have each of your singular lines, and then they eventually run into what we call a main line. In a main line, I'll turn the camera back around. A main line has a whole bunch of the singular lines on it that connect to the trees, and then the main lines will go into the sugar shack, which is where the next step of maple production happens. So the sap comes from the trees, it goes to the lines, and the sap, as I said earlier, is water with a higher sugar concentration. This is how big one of the main lines is. It's a lot thicker than any of the other ones, so it can hold a lot of sap until it goes into the main building there. So they'll collect the sap and then you bring it in to the sugar shack. And then in order to turn the sap into maple syrup, you have to boil the water out of it so that there's more sugar than there is liquid. So if we come in here, so the season has already ended. So you'll notice they've closed everything up in here and nothing's running at the moment. But so the main lines will come into the sugar shack and then they'll go into this machine. And this is called an evaporator. So all of the sap is going to come into the evaporator here. It'll go through and it gets heated up until it comes down to these little trays. In each tray, they'll move down through the trays until they get to the end. And as it's heated up, a lot of the fog comes off of it, which is just water being boiled out of it. You can imagine it if you've ever seen your parents cooking macaroni. They have to boil the water first and the steam comes out of it. That's what you're doing with the sap to make it maple syrup. Maple syrup. So they'll boil it until it gets thicker and thicker until you get the end product, which is maple syrup. So they come around here. In this last tray here, this is where it's been boiled down enough. And then they'll take it over to here. And it's not here at the moment, but normally they'll have a huge container full of hot maple syrup. They'll take one of the maple syrup jugs, if you've ever seen one of those, and then they'll fill it with the hot maple syrup. They'll put a piece of paper with plastic over it and then the lid, and then they'll take them over here. This is where they'll set them up, and they set them on their side. And they set them on their side because the hot maple syrup is enough to melt the plastic on the top of the container so that it seals it. So it makes it so nothing can go in and out until it's opened, and it makes it so that the product stays fresh. So the sap comes from the trees, it goes through the main lines, it then gets boiled down into maple syrup, and then it's packaged and ready to sell. So that is a majority of the process. If you guys have any questions for me, you can go ahead and feel free to ask.
Awesome. Okay, I have some questions here. What does maple syrup look like when it comes out of the tree?
So when it comes out of the tree, it doesn't look like maple syrup at all. It looks like water that may have a little bit of a discoloring because the amount of sugar that's in it isn't enough to make a visible difference. And when you boil down the sap, it takes 40 gallons of sap to make 1 gallon of syrup. So all of the sugar that's in there, it takes 40 times the amount that you need to create the product. So there's not enough sugar to make a difference. So it just looks like water when it first comes out.
Wow. So how much maple syrup or the sugar water comes out from one tree?
One tree I'm not positive on. But so trees can have multiple taps, which are the holes. So it'll depend on the tree that you put the lines into to get the maple syrup from. And when you tap and you put one tap into a tree, it'll create 1 quart of syrup during the season on average. So if you have 3 taps in the tree, it'll create 3 quarts. If you have 2, it'll create 2.
Gotcha. How long has your family been involved with producing maple syrup?
I don't know the exact number, but we've been doing it since I was in elementary school, and it's something that we've always done every winter, and it's kind of been our tradition to sell, and then we always have enough maple syrup to last us through the year, so we get to have it on our pancakes every time, which is good.
How many trees do you guys have lines on?
So right now we're not at my house where we produce our maple syrup. So because both of my parents are teachers, we don't have enough time to do the full process. So we collect the sap from our trees and then we bring it here and then they boil the sap for us and they keep half of it and we keep the other half. So here they have about 1,500 taps. And then they also have the sap that's brought in from other people to get boiled down.
Oh, wow. Let's see. How long does the whole process take from the sap to the syrup?
So that can definitely change depending on your situation. For example, the trees that they have here, the sap will go directly through the lines and then in to the shed where it'll get evaporated. And it can depend on how much they're waiting for and how much sap they have stored and waiting to start getting evaporated, because they obviously can't just do it all at once. But one thing to speed up the process is a reverse osmosis machine, which is a very, very like technical, high-tech thing. And what it does is it sucks some of the water out of the sap without boiling it. So it makes it so that it gets closer to the end product. So that all depends on the setup you have and what you're using to accomplish it.
All right. What is your favorite thing to eat syrup on?
Definitely pancakes. You can never go wrong having maple syrup on pancakes.
I would have to agree. All right. Oh, here's one coming in. It's loading on me. How long will syrup be good after it's processed?
So normally the syrup that we have at our house, we normally keep around a year, and that's how long it takes us to go through it. But as long as it's been sealed properly, it'll last a long amount of time, probably just about a year or over a year before it's probably no good. But if it's not sealed, then it won't last nearly as long. So that's why it's important that they put them on their side so that they can be properly sealed.
What is your favorite part of the process?
My favorite part of the process is definitely when we drop our sap off and we get to come into this building, because if you imagine this building, there's this huge room, and you'll notice that up here they have this big dome, and you might be able to hear me echo through the video, but all of the evaporation that happens, it makes it smell extremely, extremely sweet. So it smells like a candy factory. So it just smells like straight sugar when you walk into here, and maple syrup, and that's definitely the best part, is getting to experience that.
I bet. What has been the best experience of being a state FFA officer?
Definitely the best experience is just getting to go around and learn new things about agriculture and just the different things that are even in my state alone. Traveling around, I've learned about a lot of different programs that schools do. And just like how I'm teaching you guys about maple syrup, I've gotten to learn about things that we don't do around here that I've just never personally got an experience with. So it's definitely hearing about all the other cool things that happened around the state with agriculture and getting to experience them because of it.
Awesome. All right. Well, I think that is about all we have. I'm not getting any more questions right now. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. It was awesome getting to teach you guys about my favorite type of agricultural product, maple syrup.
Thank you so much. All right.
Well, Maddie, we're finding ourselves a little bit right in the middle of our day here, aren't we?
Yeah.
We have covered an awful lot, so I'm going to ask you what has been your favorite, or what's the neatest thing that you learned today so far?
Oh, jeez. I'm going to have to look through the list here.
You're going to have to rewatch it just to kind of go back through it all.
I know.
Living it.
I know it. I don't know. That maple syrup was pretty cool. I know my brother brought some home from Wisconsin, I think, over there when he came home from school, and it was pretty good. So.
Well, the Lowville FFA chapter, along with a couple of their neighboring chapters, came through Pontiac here last fall, and I know that they brought as a nice gesture, they gave us one of their jugs of maple syrup that they made there, and I can tell you that my children sure enjoyed it.
That's good stuff.
We covered a lot of time zones here in just the last hour and a half or thereabouts. It's been a little bit wild.
Yeah, we have. Seeing people from all over the place. The yaks is pretty cool though.
It kind of makes me want to seek out where can I find something that's made out of yak fiber.
True.
And I still think, as we were talking to Ashlyn there, and it had the skyline, I thought that looked like one of these backdrops, didn't it?
That's what I was thinking too. Yeah, it was so pretty. It was very pretty. It looked like she did have a picture behind her. It didn't look real.
So, well, very excited, and I think that we're now going to go to what do we have up next? Several of our FFA members from here in Pontiac, right?
Yep. We're moving back in the Pontiac area.
I know that we are actually running just a little bit ahead of what our schedule had been planned for, but it looks like Logan is actually standing on top of a planter now. So I'll let you go ahead and take it away there, Maddie.
Perfect. All right. Well, our next speakers will be brothers Logan and Lucas Rowe. Logan was a junior at Pontiac this year, and Lucas is attending Iowa State and is an American FFA degree candidate. They are from our very own Pontiac FFA chapter, and they will be coming on live from their farm and a tractor today. So take it away, Logan.
Logan, we're catching a lot of wind and we're not able to hear you as well. Is there's something we can do with the mic there, Logan or Lucas?
Is this better now? Or?
That is a little better.
All right, so we have the boxes on each side, which distributes the seed equally to the 16 rows throughout the whole planter. Each box covers 8 rows on each side. And as we come down here, I'll tell you about the population. So we have a 30,000 population per acre. We have 600 acres. So that equals up to be 8 million that we plant per year. And when we turn that around and we harvest in the fall, that ends up to be about 11 billion seeds that we harvest. And next we'll talk about the row over here. So this is where the planter digs into the ground and allows the seed to be planted. And then when you come back here some, you can see that it's covered up so that the seed it packs the soil down so that way the seed is in the ground good, and seed needs a little bit of compaction around it to help it grow, help it get started out. You don't want too much, but just need a little bit. So now we're over here at the row unit, and I'll tell you a little bit about how that all works. So first off, we got our no-till coulter down there, which helps move some of the trash out of the way if you're doing no-till. And then that'll start to open up the row. And then the shiny disc down here, they actually open up that trench that the seed goes in. Now there's a plastic seed tube back here that comes down from up here and drops the seed into the trench. These are just gauge wheels that set the height for the row. And these are the closing wheels that pack the soil down and close the trench up. So now we'll quickly demonstrate how the seed kind of flows through there. It's going to fall out the side right now, but we'll do the best we can. So basically what happens is the planter, through air pressure, sends the seed from those central boxes to each row unit, and it'll come through this tube right here, and then and right now, like I said, there's a vacuum that sucks the seeds onto this plate right here into each of these holes, and this plate spins and drops the seed hole down into the seed tube, like I was saying, and into the ground. So then, back to this, the disc right here, this also regulates our population, which is run off a transmission over on the other side there. And
based off the speed of that, that's how you determine how many seeds are going in the ground each acre, like you talked about earlier. So now we'll go around to the tractor and we'll show you how the guidance system works. Logan will also tell you a little bit more about the tractor and how the planter works.
So as we come over here, we'll see the ridge marker right here. So if you're not using a guidance system like we use, and what it does is it goes the ground. So after you're planting, you can follow it perfectly down the center so you have perfect rows. And as we come around to the tractor here, it's a John Deere 8120, and it has 210 horsepower. Now we'll go inside the tractor to see what that's about. Which will explain the auto steer inside of the tractor and how that all works and the population.
Also, something else I wanted to show you really quickly when we were out there. This is a mixture of talc and graphite, which goes in with the seed to help it flow through everything smoothly. But we'll get the tractor started up now and show you how the guidance system works. And like I said, the ground's a little wet, so we're not going to be running the planter in the ground, but we'll still get a pretty good idea of how everything works. And as you can see, I just raised the planter up, so that wasn't in the ground like I was saying. And you can see a lot of gauges back there, but that deals with the vacuums and the air pressure and that kind of stuff that I was talking about. But now we'll take her on with the guidance system, and hopefully everything works out right. Every once in a while with the guidance, there's a malfunction, but normally it does fine. It'll beep at you a lot, but it's also our monitor for everything. So when we're running through the field, we actually don't run full throttle on the tractor. We run somewhere about where I'm at, about 10th to 11th gear, which puts us at around 5 miles an hour. It depends on conditions and what we're planning. Sometimes a little slower than this. But as you can see, our guidance system is doing all the steering. Right now, we're just going straight. And I don't know if you noticed back there, but our planter was actually putting each row in the ground exactly where it was last year, which we don't necessarily utilize that function as much as some other farmers do, but that's definitely something that can be used to control your planting, your seed. You can use that for various things throughout each growing season. And then we'll get up here to the end in a minute, and I'll show you what we do when we turn around, and then we can take some questions, or we can start taking questions now.
Yeah. Here, I have a couple. So what does no-till mean?
So, if you're doing no-till, that means you don't break the ground up first with a cultivator with another piece of tillage equipment, which a lot of farms utilize that to help reduce compaction and soil erosion. On our farm, we normally do some tillage, depending on the year. We always run over the field at least once before we plant, but we just feel that in our soil that helps the most. As you can see up here, we do have a little bit of erosion at times where the water runs through the field, and that can be a little bit of a problem with tillage, so that's one reason to maybe avoid it and go to no-till. But basically, you're not breaking the ground up with another piece of equipment first.
Gotcha. So how many seeds do you guys put per acre?
We do 30,000. That's the population that I was talking about earlier. 30,000 per acre. With that being said, over here you can see on the monitor, right now it's not showing anything, of course, because like I said, we're not planting, but it'll show our population right there, and our spacing right there, and we can see the population for each row, so we can tell if we're running out of seed or whatever else. And also, it's basically the same thing on this screen, but it shows the population. Like I said, you can check it for each row.
and it'll tell the high and the low and the seed spacing. But right now, we're going to go ahead and turn around and show you how the guidance system works with that. So it'll tell me that I'm turning the steering wheel, and when I turn it around and get it lined up to where it's off the right, I can look up here on the monitor to figure out where that's at. And I press the little steering wheel button, and it takes over and turns the wheels back to get it all straightened up. And then we'll drop the planter in the ground as we're making another pass.
Awesome. How deep does the seed go into the ground?
It depends on what you're planting, but it's normally between 1 and 2 inches, and you want to be a lot more precise than just 1 or 2 inches. But like I said, it depends on what you're planting. I think it's about 1 1/4 to 1 1/2, if I remember right. Might be a little bit off on that number. It's been a while.
Gotcha. So, how does that computer system know where to drive?
I don't know if you saw it on the cab when we were coming up to the tractor, but it's got a GPS system on top that relays information from the satellite way up in the sky, and that tells us where we're at, and it's based off of an AB line that we set over there on the road when we first started using the guidance system. And right now it's not too interesting, but you can also follow like a curve over there along the creek and turn it upright, and I think that's pretty interesting. It'll turn the wheel and follow the curves pretty much exactly with the planter.
Awesome. All right. So, Lucas, what are you studying at Iowa State?
Right now, I'm studying agricultural engineering. I actually just finished my finals for this semester, but I'll be a junior next semester and hopefully graduate in 2 years. So hopefully I'll be doing some engineering for a company like John Deere or something like that.
Gotcha. Awesome. Logan, do you know what you're going to be interested in when you go off to college?
I'm either going to go into mechanical engineering or agricultural engineering like my brother.
Gotcha. Awesome. So what is your guys' favorite thing to do in the field?
So personally, I don't know. I like it all. I just like getting in the tractor and run things. I kind of like tillage in the spring because I like planting too, but we don't have a guidance system for our tillage. So it's just a little more interesting to me. And actually, if he wants to flip the camera around real quick, we're coming up here where we have the planter in the ground. And if you bring the camera towards the tractor, you can see how we're going to line up with our marker up here, which kind of illustrates how that system works if you weren't using the guidance. And it also shows how the guidance is pretty accurate on that mark.
Awesome. Okay, let's see.
You can also see on the monitor how it shows green where we planted. We didn't really plant, of course, but the planter was in the ground, so it registered as planted.
Awesome. Let's see what other questions we have here. What has been your biggest challenge in the field?
Well, it just depends on the year, I guess. We've had everything from equipment malfunctions to guidance malfunctions. I mean, farmers know there's always something going wrong. A lot of times there's hydraulic issues where a hydraulic line will blow. And actually one year I blew a hydraulic line off the back and blew a bunch of hydraulic fluid out. So we had to fill the tractor back up with hydraulic fluid. That was when I was planting. Just various things like that. Like last year, I know one big thing was not being able to get planted for a while because of the moisture. We had so much rain. That was definitely a challenge. And then of course, when you're in those kinds of seasons, you're kind of running last minute and you want to get everything planted, and then you have breakdowns and things. So that's always challenging.
Yeah. So how much do you guys have left to plant?
Actually, we haven't started yet.
You haven't started yet?
So we have 600 acres in total. So hopefully we'll get started here in the next week or so. I know
Yeah.
but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, hopefully this weather stays a little warmer and doesn't rain as much as it has been.
Yeah, that would definitely be nice.
All right. Well, I think that's about all we have for you guys. Thank you so much for coming on, and we hope you'll be able to plant soon.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. All right. With that, we're going to move on. Up next is Wyland Torkelson. Wyland is a member of our very own Pontiac FFA chapter, and he will be discussing his broiler chicken. So what is a broiler, Wyland?
It's a chicken that's raised for meat, and you don't really keep them that long. I only have these for 2 months total, and they're already 2.5 weeks old. But some of them get like this, pretty big, and then have the runt over here. It's a lot smaller, but yep. And they're gonna go through about 15 pounds of feed each, and started with 25, but now I'm down to 20. So yeah.
So do you hatch your own chicks?
No, I was gonna get them from down in Petersburg, but they had a last-minute cancellation, so we got them in by Decatur instead.
Gotcha.
Yep.
So
they're
what
only
sort
a
of
day
things
old.
do they eat?
They just eat they're on a starter feed right now. It's got 22% protein. Then they'll go over to the finisher feed, which has 19% protein. Just a mash.
How big will they get to be?
Live weight will be probably around 8 pounds. But then once they get processed, probably around 5.5 to 6 pounds.
Awesome.
Yep.
Well, they're pretty cute.
Yeah, not for long though.
Let's see what other questions we'll get in here. How many do you have there?
Only 20.
Only 20? Gotcha.
Yep.
What is your favorite part about raising chickens?
I like it when they're chicks because they're pretty cute.
Yeah.
But yeah. And then in about a week or so, they'll go out in the chicken tractor and they'll just eat on the grass and everything out in the yard.
Huh. So do you raise them
Yep.
all year long, or what's the timeline?
This is my first batch ever, actually.
Okay.
So it'll take 2 months for these.
Gotcha.
Then I'll get 25 more.
So are you going to process them yourself, or?
No, I think we'll take them down to Arthur, Illinois. And that'll cost probably $3 a bird, have them processed and bagged and everything.
So what will they look like when they're done being processed and everything?
It'll just be like a full chicken body.
Gotcha.
No.
So
Yeah, just a full chicken vacuum sealed bag.
gotcha.
And they'll be frozen.
Is 20 a normal size flock, or how many do you usually get?
A lot of people do go into the hundreds, but
Oh, wow.
I don't have the room for that, so
Yeah.
20 will be plenty.
What is your favorite cut of a chicken to eat?
I like the chicken breast the best. These are pretty good. These are supposed to taste a lot better than store-bought chickens also, so we'll see.
Huh. Just because they're like fresh, or?
Yeah, and they'll be eating grass and everything.
Oh, okay.
I think that'll make them taste better also.
I gotcha.
Yep.
So why do you think you lost some of the chickens?
I think it was too cold because it was pretty cool. We got a heat lamp right here.
Mm-hmm.
It's the red one, and this one right here. So if they're cold, they just go over there, and then or when they're cold, they come over here and get warmed up. And if they're too warm, they'll just go to the other side. So, yeah.
Do they, when they like lay down or anything or sit down, do they go in like clumps to keep warm, or?
Yeah, they'll usually sleep right over here under the heat lamp.
Aww. So, when you get them processed, will they be the size of a rotisserie chicken or like bigger or smaller?
I think about the size of that. Yeah, you can get them processed at different times. So if you get them processed at 4 to 6 weeks, I think they're different category. And then 6 to 8 weeks, and 8 to 12 weeks, they're all different categories. You can market them differently.
Gotcha. So they're all yellow right now. How long will they stay like that?
Not too much longer. They're already kind of white.
Uh-huh.
On the wings a little bit. They're getting their real feathers now. But they need to grow out their real feathers so they can go outside and be fine.
Yeah. What colors will they be when they are all grown out and everything?
They'll just be white.
Just white? Gotcha.
Yeah. Some breeds, there's heritage breeds and then there's the commercial breed. This is the commercial breed, and the heritage breed, it's called Freedom Rangers. They're a hybrid. So are these a hybrid too, but there's 2 different options you can do.
Gotcha.
Heritage breed will take longer.
So will these ever lay any eggs?
But they're said to lay eggs. Because you keep them longer than you're supposed to, they'll just die, disease. Their legs will give out too.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Just
so
because they're like getting so big?
Yeah, they can't keep up. Can't keep up. So I take their feed away at night so they don't get full access to feed. They go 12 hours on, 12 hours off.
Huh.
So they can keep growing.
Yeah. So what all do you have in there? It's just like a feed trough and then 2 water things? Is that
Yeah.
what you're doing?
Yeah, I put them up on bricks too. So they used to always get bedding in there. But I put them up on bricks so they don't get as dirty.
Yeah. Yeah. So is that kind of just like a tub thing you have them in, or?
Yeah, it's just a big black tub.
So you said you're going to move them out when?
Probably a week or so.
So where will they go again?
I'll show you actually. They'll be in a chicken tractor. They'll just get rotated around.
Gotcha.
Get rotated around the yard and have access to all the insects and grass and everything.
Yeah.
They'll be really healthy. I'll just come out here and move it every day.
So they don't take a lot of work when they're out
No.
here?
No, not too bad. It takes about like 10 minutes a day.
Gotcha.
So there's the chicken tractor.
Oh, okay.
Yep, it's got wheels on the back, and then cover for the rain.
Huh.
Just pull it around.
Well, that's pretty cool. Never seen one of those before.
Yep.
All right. Well, with that, I think that's about all we have.
All right.
Thank you so much for coming on, Wyland.
Thank you.
All right, guys. We're going to move on to our next speaker. Next up is Colin White from Forest City, Illinois. Colin was a member of the Midwest Central FFA chapter and also is the Illinois FFA State Secretary. A special connection to Pontiac, as Colin's advisor is Pontiac alum Mr. Mitch Miller.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, you're good.
Awesome. Okay, it blurred out there for a second. I started to panic. But yes, so hello everybody. I'm out here in the middle of a field. It is awfully windy today, so I hope the wind doesn't pick up too bad. But yeah, out here in Mason County, we specialize in specialty crops, more specifically popcorn, pumpkins, and green beans. So more food crops. And the reason that we're able to grow such commodities like this here in Mason County comes from a few factors. The first one being that underneath the ground, we have a massive, basically a tank of water called an aquifer. And using that aquifer, we're able to pump water up from underneath the ground. And hopefully, yeah, I can turn around and show you. Back there, we have an irrigation. So during the year, whenever it's super dry, or wherever we need to make it, we're able to make rain come down from that irrigation, setting how much we have water pumped through, and being able to help regulate growth among the plants. The other super cool thing around here is that we have access to a lot of industry when it comes to specialty crops. So behind me, hopefully that you can see in that direction, is Weaver popcorn, which at that plant, we take our popcorn to, and typically popcorn from there goes to places like movie theaters across the United States, as well as goes all over the country or all over the world, sends shipments to Saudi Arabia, places like that, from right here in Mason County. So the first thing, I guess, talking a little bit more about pumpkins. When I talk about pumpkins we grow here in Mason County, I more specifically talk about sugar pumpkins or canning pumpkins. So when you eat like pumpkin pie during Thanksgiving or Christmas or something like that, or pumpkin bars, one of my personal favorites, you're having a canning pumpkin. And I don't have any examples of those today, but when you see one, typically they're a little bit paler than a jack-o'-lantern pumpkin, which is what you're going to carve somewhere around Halloween. And those jack-o'-lanterns have like a bright orangey color, and they have a super thin wall that between the inside of the pumpkin and the outside. While the sugar pumpkins that we grow, they typically have a thicker skin or thicker outside between the outside and inside, but they also are higher in sugar content, so make them taste a lot better than if you were to try to make a pumpkin pie out of a jack-o'-lantern. The next crop we'll talk a little bit about is the popcorn that we have. So there are 4 different types of corn. I have 2 with me here today. So over here is dent corn. So when you talk about like driving down the interstate and seeing all the different corn along the side of the road, this is typically what you're seeing, something that like my teammate Emma feeds her cows in her feedlot. But then there's also flint corn, something popular among in South America, and then sweet corn, which you'll find at the grocery store whenever you have like corn on the cob or canned corn. That's sweet corn. But over here is popcorn, which you can tell just by looking at it is a lot skinnier than a typical ear of corn, and it has a less of a yellow color and more of that bright orange. And when you put it in the microwave, the excess amount of moisture that's inside each kernel allows it to pop when it gets super hot. And the super cool thing is, and people don't usually realize it until you take a real look at it, that there are 2 different types of popcorn when it pops. The first one being like a mushroom popcorn. So when you have like a caramel corn or a cheddar corn or something like that, when it pops, it typically is a ball shape and has a lot of surface area on it, right? So you can put a lot of different cheddars on it, or different caramel or different chocolate. So when it pops, it just has all that surface area and is preferable for that. But the other type we have is your butterfly popcorn. So it comes in like, looks the same when it's still a kernel, but when it pops, typically it'll have like one big like burst looking thing on the side, or it'll have two and then one like clump in the middle. And that's typically what you have like when you get the skinny pop in the bag, or you go to the movie theater, you pop it in the microwave. Typically you're going to have a butterfly style popcorn. So that's a little bit of overview on everything that we grow. I guess I can open up to questions a little bit. I covered a lot of information there really fast.
No, you're good. Let me see if we get any in here. Okay, there's one loading right now.
Sweet.
Okay, so how do popcorn yields compare to regular corn?
Yeah, so when it comes to like planting population, we still plant, like Logan said, around 30,000 plants per acre. But when you measure corn and you take it to the elevator, typically they're going to measure it in bushels, which is approximately 36 pounds. That's how they like measure and weigh commodities. But popcorn comes a little bit different. So popcorn measure its yields in pounds. So like 1 pound of popcorn goes for whatever amount of cents. And when you pop that popcorn in a microwave, you're typically only packing like a few ounces per bag. So popcorn you measure in yields. And the past year, I think I had down, we had almost 6,000 pounds per acre is typically what we do over whatever size field it is for popcorn. Yeah.
Awesome. So when do you plant all of the different crops that you were talking about?
So during the year, popcorn is typically the first thing that we put in the ground because the goal for popcorn is to have it in very first, and it's typically out or harvest season comes around in Labor Day. So popcorn will go in first, and then we usually hit our field corn, that dent corn, and beans, stuff like that. And then pumpkins and green beans kind of come after that. How our operation works, we work between here in Mason County, and then we farm a little bit over in Fulton County. So it kind of comes after we finish up crops here in Mason County, then it goes to pumpkins and green beans, and then we go back to Fulton County just for regular dent corn and beans. So it depending, hopefully it's not in June or July, but typically we get to that stuff kind of early.
Gotcha. So how do you harvest popcorn? Is it similar to regular corn?
Yeah, so popcorn is harvested. We use the exact same combine, all sorts of stuff to harvest popcorn. Again, we mentioned that we want to harvest popcorn first before we get to the end of the other commodities, because when you harvest popcorn, you take it to the elevator. The number one thing that you don't want to have any like soybeans in there or any other extra corn, because since it is a food crop and it's something that the consumer directly eats, we want it to be as pure and clean as possible. So we'll go and harvest it first right after we clean the combine out. So yeah, we can use a standard combine for that. When it comes to harvesting like pumpkins and green beans, the companies that we grow for typically come out and harvest those green beans. It looks very, very similar to how you would harvest regular beans, only it's kind of different machine. I don't know a whole heck of a lot about it, but pumpkins, they come out and they have this big, it looks like a combine and has, I would consider it like, looks like the front of a train almost, like the way it has that plow, only it's one of those, and it goes out and it rolls them into big windrows, like probably 7-8 feet long or wide. And it goes and it rolls those all out and then has another one that comes through and picks them all up and tosses them in a trailer to be taken to Morton.
Gotcha. Let's see. So, for all those different plants, what are like the best conditions that you would want for them to grow the best?
I mean, typically not hardcore rain is our number one preferable, especially in Mason County. When it's dry out, we can handle it when we do irrigation, but wet seasons aren't our preferred. But we do like to keep it, I mean, those warm conditions like we're used to here in Central Illinois. And Illinois in general almost has the perfect growing conditions for these crops, keeping it's like warm during the summer, and us in Mason County being able to control rain and moisture using our irrigations. But then also we have very sandy soil here in Mason County, so we allow for a lot of drainage versus, I don't know what kind of soil you guys have up in Pontiac, but like clay, water doesn't drain through as well. But then when it comes to sand, water drains through really well. So just optimal growing conditions for these crops is kind of making sure that we can control as much as possible when it comes to standing water, preventing that, but also keeping in those warm days. We prefer it dry.
Okay. So, I have at least heard that like Illinois is #1 for pumpkins. Is that true? And how popular are like green beans and popcorn in Illinois?
So I don't know what Mr. Favors told you. I know he's all about the trivia, but yeah, pumpkins. I think it's, I don't even remember the full statistic, but Morton, Illinois, where we take our pumpkins to, within 40 miles of Morton, Illinois, they grow like X% of the world's pumpkins go through that facility. So I would agree, pumpkin capital of the world is Morton. And while Mason County is the popcorn capital of the world, depends on where you read it. I've read places that say Illinois is a top popcorn producer, but then I read somewhere that said it was Nebraska the other day. So it kind of goes back and forth, but I would like to claim that Illinois is the top popcorn producing state in the world. When it comes to green beans, I don't think we're up there.
All right. So do you grow those same 3 crops each year?
Yeah, so for the past few years here, we've grown all 3 crops. Kind of depends, just business decisions. If they're profitable, we'll grow more of it or less of it. But we also do, besides the 3 crops, we will grow like the field corn and the dent corn, kind of like what you guys are used to. Soybeans, we do that a lot. And then last year we tried beets. Didn't go over too well, but we have done that before. I don't know a whole heck of a lot of beets, but yeah, we will. I mean, those 3 crops we've stuck with for the past few years. How much we grow of it, that depends from year to year.
Gotcha. So do you rotate the crops or?
Yeah, we rotate crops pretty frequently. Last year we had popcorn next to my house, which was super handy for my record book. But this year I'm like 3 or 4 miles from my house, which made it a little bit more of a trip to get to. But yeah, we typically rotate our crops.
Gotcha. What's your favorite part of serving as an FFA state officer?
That's a really difficult one. That's the hardest one to say. I would say it almost have to be taking time out and doing presentations like this, talking about agriculture, meeting with students, and talking about things I do love and enjoy. I like talking agriculture, but I also like meeting new people and all the things that I can teach people about what we do, but all the things that other people can teach me about their different like lifestyles and parts of agriculture or their perspectives on agriculture. I love learning that what everybody thinks of ag and what they think of when they think of agriculture. Everybody has such a unique view, and that's what I think is so cool about it, and that's what I've loved learning about this year.
Yeah, so has there been a lot of changes due to the quarantine and everything with how you're doing stuff?
I'm spending a lot more time at home, which is good and bad, but yeah, I spend quite a few hours every day on the computer, connecting with my teammates, connecting with Mrs. B and Mr. Egger, the director and associate director of Illinois FFA, and writing speeches, just going over those. Check out the census video that came out today on Illinois FFA once you're done watching here. We made that, and we're making a lot of videos, so that's, we spend a lot of our time making videos, a lot of time writing speeches, planning, and a lot of time on conference calls. That's the primary ways I spend my time during this quarantine.
Gotcha. So, is the popcorn sprouted yet?
Actually, that is why I came up to this field specifically, because it just came up like a few days ago. You can see like little ones like right there and right there. So super excited about that. It came up, but we planted that I think 2 weeks ago now. So 2 weeks in and we're just starting out. So that's super, super exciting.
All right, I'm getting another one here. Okay. We love Mr. Miller, your advisor from Pontiac. What is your favorite thing about Mr. Miller?
About Mr. Miller? Oh my gosh. I mean, I could do a whole presentation on Mr. Miller alone, but Mr. Miller, his just pure drive to be as good of a teacher as he can possibly be. He spends a lot of time in the classroom, making his curriculum the best he can, making his students the best they can, making the program the best that it can. He's actually right now working with my brother at our FFA plot, trying to make some decisions how to manage the crops there. So I mean, even during this, he's striving to make the program as good as possible, and that's what we ultimately love about Mr. Miller. That and he's really fun to joke with. So but that's a story for another time.
So what are your future plans?
Of course. So after we retire, hopefully here in July, then I will be attending Illinois College in Jacksonville, majoring in ag business and ag education. And while I'm there, I'll be running track and field along with speech and debate. After that, I hope to graduate, come back to the farm with my siblings, maybe teach in a classroom a little bit. I'd like to keep that option open for myself. I'd also like to become an auctioneer. I think that'd be really cool to spend my time, do something on the weekends. So I want to do a lot, but looking forward to it.
Yeah. Well, I think with that, we are done. I think that's all the questions I got. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you guys so much for putting this on. I enjoy watching the videos. So Maddie, thank you so much for having me.
No problem. No problem. All right, guys. Well, I think with that, we will move on to our next speaker. Next up is Libby Larkin from Pontiac FFA chapter. Libby has an amazing sense of service and has spearheaded several food packaging events for our communities. She was a freshman this year, and she will be talking to us about grain bin safety. So take it away when you're ready, Libby.
Hi, my name is Libby Larkin, and right here I have a grain bin that we actually have on our farm. So just to start off, I was going to show you guys what the inside of a grain bin looks like. So this grain bin just got emptied out the other day. So we have the auger in here, and we have the dryer out. So this is something that I've gotten taught at the farm. So a lot of the things I have been taught is safety. So with safety, make sure you are never on top of it after you start emptying out unless you can touch the bottom. Because a bridge could start to form like this one right here. And it can collapse if you try to step on it and fall in like this guy. And then you can get stuck underneath the corn. And if that ever happens, it is really hard for you to be able to breathe. And then you can either get stuck down there or you can get really hurt. If you're emptying out corn, never go in if you cannot touch the bottom, because the auger can pull you down with the grain, and take you like this guy and pull you down. And if you are alone, no one might know you're in there and can't help you. And if you aren't alone and they get it stopped in time, you could get covered by the grain and won't be able to breathe. If you're emptying a grain bin, and rotten grain likes to form a wall. If that happens, you should never try to break it from the bottom like most people's first instinct is, kind of like this guy, because then it could fall and collapse, and that would not be useful, because one, you're covered and can't breathe, and two, then there might not be anyone there to help you. So things that I have learned from this is always make sure you have someone with you when emptying out a grain bin, because if you ever do get hurt, then there's always someone else there to help you. So, like my family, the grain we always put in here, we usually put in is corn. But this past year we put soybeans in because of how wet it was. So this had soybeans in here the other day, but now they're gone, as you can tell. And so what I've learned is if I ever do go into a grain bin, make sure I always have a safety line on. So if I do fall into the grain and I do get covered, it is easier for people to help find it. It is easier for people to find me, and that it is easier for people to help out if I do get stuck. So some things that I've always been taught is when I was younger, I always liked being around the farm and helping out. But when working in a grain bin, it is very dangerous, and it is not a question for me. So when I was younger, I always had to stay away from the grain bin if you're emptying them out, because it is a very easy place to get hurt if you're little. And you should never play inside the grain bins or on the ladder to the grain bin. Always make sure you have someone working with you, so maybe one or two other people that should be around. So that way if you slip, fall, or get hurt, or get stuck in something, there's someone there to help you out. And make sure you never
So how big is that bin you're sitting on, Libby?
Height-wise, it's it would be a 2-story tall building. You can get 10 semi-loads of grain out of here.
Oh, wow. So what causes the grain to crust?
So grain crust, when you start emptying the grain bin and then you stop, it can form air pockets, which then could crust up, and then you wouldn't be able to tell if it would be, and if you do step on it, it could collapse.
Gotcha. Could we see inside of the bin really quick? Oh, wow.
And then that's the top.
So how much can fit inside of that? Gotcha. So inside of the bin, what are those things that were hanging down?
So they mix up the grain when they're drying, so that way they don't get stuck together and rot. So like that moves back and forth from that rod up on top, so that way you can mix all the grain together.
How common are grain bin injuries?
Are kind of common, especially when you're in the fields in the fall when you're harvesting, because people can get stuck or in the tiller or in the blades or the auger, like somebody could get their foot stuck in it.
Gotcha.
And that can be very serious and hurt you really bad.
Yeah. What are those holes in the floor there?
So that's how the grain would come out when you're trying to fill a semi. So the grain, you would have all of the walls and everything. So there's one right here, and then there's one over there. So then those blades inside of it will move and pull the grain out to this, and that will put it into an auger, which will put it into the semi.
Let's see if we get any more questions in here. Here's one coming. So how many bins does your family have?
We have one here, and then we have one at our home farm.
Gotcha. Here's another question. What are all the tiny holes that are all over the floor?
The tiny holes, those are pretty much just like little air pockets that you see. That just keeps the air flowing so nothing rots and nothing sticks to places. It just keeps everything nice and fresh.
Gotcha. So how long will you keep grain in that bin usually?
So the grain that I just emptied out on Tuesday was from last fall. So it kind of all depends on when you take it out and how much you have and how much you need to store.
Perfect. See if I get any more here. All right. Well, I'm not getting any more questions, so I think we're good. Thank you so much, Libby, for joining us today.
Thank you.
It is so important to learn about the safety side of agriculture. Thank you. We really appreciate you coming on.
Thank you. I really appreciate you for having me.
Have a great rest of your day, Libby. See you later.
You too.
All right, everyone. Let's see who we have up next. Okay, our next speaker is Clara Haas. Clara was a freshman this year and is also from Pontiac FFA. She'll be talking to us about her different cattle breeds and the proper care of all of her show cattle. So Take it away when you're ready.
Hi guys, so like Maddie said, my name is Clara Haas, and I'm going to talk about the top 5 breeds of cattle. And the first one is Herefords. Herefords are red and white normally, and they're known to be the calmest cattle in the cattle industry. This one is a Hereford calf. Her name is Dolly, and she was born in November of 2019. She halter broke, but she's still kind of scared of people. But her mama's super calm and everything. And the next cow I'm going to talk about is Angus. Angus are well known. They're the most popular cattle. They are known to be good mothers, and they're usually all black. Third, we have Key Maine, and Key Maine are more of a rare cattle. But this is a Hereford heifer Key Maine heifer named Rosie, and Key Maine are known for their really good hair, and they are also known to be all black and super. They can be calm, but they can be jumpy sometimes too. But they're known for both. And next we have crossbred. Crossbred are when you breed 2 purebreds, and then you get a 50-50 most of the time of those 2. So you can breed like a Hereford and a Scimitar. So then you would have 50% Hereford and 50% Scimitar, and then they're known as crossbreds. And this one is Henry, and he's one of the show steers. He is 25% Hereford, 25% Scimitar, and then he's 50% Key Maine. And he likes to be rubbed under his neck. I don't know if he'll do it, but usually he lifts his neck really high. And then lastly, there is Charolais. And Charolais are usually all white or sometimes cream colored. And they are known for their wider set bodies. So like they're bigger boned and usually bigger. And they're also known to gain weight really easily. And so for proper care, most of the time, you just want to brush on them a lot. And they are usually, you just want to get the dirt out of them. She's being stubborn, sorry. But you just brush on them, and usually you brush this way, up towards their face to the side. And you just want to wash them most of the time every day too, and get all the mud out of them. So that's good proper care for them. And that's about it.
Awesome. So,
hey guys, I'm going to have you pause for just one moment. We are having a little bit of difficulty with our stream to YouTube. So I am going to, and so I say this for everybody who's watching, I am going to try and check that out here real quick. So stick with us, and we will continue to work with that. But we'll talk just a little, and Maddie, you can keep kind of talking to Clara. I will let you know before we bounce anybody off. How's that sound?
Sounds good. All right. Well, Clara, so you're brushing out their hair. Why do they need to have good hair?
So when they have good hair, it usually makes them look fuller. And then when the judge looks at them, they want them nicely balanced and full. So when you brush them, their hair will grow better, and they'll be like fluffy, and just make them like balanced better and fuller.
Gotcha.
But
so
like
what
certain breeds as good hair. So like Herefords usually have curly hair, and it won't grow as much. Where like Key Maines have super fluffy and good hair if you take good care of it. And then with like crossbreds, usually it's super like, it just depends on what type of crossbred you get. Like if you were to mix a Scimitar with a Hereford, you're probably gonna have curly, fluffy hair. So then it'll be like hard to lay it down and keep it nice. But like if you would mix a Scimitar with a Key Maine, then you're gonna have like really good hair. It just depends on what you have. Like if the mom has horrible hair and the dad has horrible hair, you're not going to get like the greatest hair and they're not going to look very good, but.
Gotcha. So, what do you do on a show day to get them ready?
So we get up really early first and we wash them, or sometimes we'll wash them the night before and then just rinse them. And then we blow them out and then we let them eat and relax them a little bit. And then before the show starts, about 15 minutes or so, about 20 maybe, we like start cutting their hair and stuff sometimes, but sometimes we buzz their head and everything before we get to the show. But then we start fluffing up the legs so that their legs look nice and neat. And then we also, we brush them and we put flare in them. And that makes them just like look shiny and nice and their hair looks good and stuff. And then we also like their tail head. You want it to be like the hair on the tail head to be like pointed up. So I don't know if I can show you, but it's like, it'll be super, if she lets me show you. It's just pointed up. Here, I'll show you. See how her hair points up right there? You want it to stick up. Usually it'll get longer and you'll be like, it'll get super even. And you'll want it to be super even, like across. You'll want it to be like an arch.
Gotcha.
So that's what we do with them before the show.
So where all do you show them at?
So this year's the first year we went to Beef Expo, but we go to Beef Expo and then we go to Ford County, which is around June. And then we go to Livingston County, and then we go to Cullen Fair around in August or so.
Gotcha.
We don't go to very many, but.
How big will they get?
So a full size is mostly just about, he's about full size. I don't know if you can see him yet. I'll walk him across. This is how tall he is on me. So
Gotcha.
like, he's almost taller than me, but you don't want her very tall, or you don't want her very tall, but you don't want him very short either. So.
Yeah. So, do you do anything else at 4-H fair other than cattle?
So sometimes I do photography because I like to take pictures, but I don't really do anything else because the cattle are like so time consuming.
Yeah.
It's really like get up there and have all your projects up there and then also stay back and watch your cows and stuff.
Mhm. Yeah.
So I do photography and I used to do cake decorating, but then the cake decorating thing was during the cattle show, so then I couldn't do that anymore.
Gotcha. How long is a cattle show usually?
I think it usually starts at 8 and then it lasts about till 3, I guess, 3 or 2. Just depends on that year.
Yeah. Let's see. How long has your family been showing cattle?
So I think I've been showing for 6 years, and yeah, that's when I started showing 6 years ago. And I could have shown before that, but we didn't. There was one year where we just like kind of got used to cows because we haven't always had cows. So the first year, I just like talked about cows because there's a project where you can just like make a poster about cows. So and then the second year, which would have been 6 years ago, then I started actually showing them.
Gotcha. So we have a question that came in. It says the she-mane that you said, is that a crossbred of the, I don't even, see if I can say it. Yeah, you might want to say these or I'm going to get it wrong.
So a key mane if you get papers, they can be considered like, so I don't know, it's confusing. So key mains, if you don't have a paper for them, like if you don't have like legal papers that they are key mains in their like DNA and stuff, then it's considered a crossbred and you can't show them in like a key main class. But if you have papers for them, then and they're considered like legally key mains, then they're not considered crossbreds. Like, so it's not really a cross between a key and a main. Like they're the same thing, I guess. I don't know how to explain it. They're kind of, we just started showing them last year, so I don't know that much about them. But I know that they're kind of rare, so they're not, like for Illinois, you don't see very many of them, but you might see them in like different states.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm a sheep pig person, so I don't know how to pronounce them. Let's see. I don't know if you've already told us this, but what do they eat?
So the heifers, we have like early bird feed for them. We have early bird feed for everyone. So the heifers eat like a show feed, and we give them about 2 scoops, about 6 pounds, I guess, of this. It's, I'll see, if you can see it. That's what it looks like. We give them each 6 pounds of that. Like we feed them separately so that they don't each like get too much or too little. And then the steer feed is like a show steer feed too. And we get that from early bird too, but it's a grain mix. So they get half of a 5-gallon bucket of that stuff.
Gotcha.
And we only have one show steer, so we feed him separately from the carcasses that we have, like our feeding steers. So we have 2 feeding steers that like we put in the carcass class, and we feed them together a bucket and a half, or sometimes just a bucket. It just depends. But so I don't know, the feed trades back and forth. Like if we're not going to a show like super close or something, we'll cut them back on feed so that they don't get too heavy. But if we're like close to a show and we don't think they weigh like enough, we'll give them a little bit more feed or something. It just depends. And we give them hay. So the girls get about a bale of hay. The 3 of them each eat a bale of hay together. And then he gets 2 leaves of hay usually. So like 1 in the morning and 1 at night. And then the steers out there only get hay like if we feel like giving them hay, because they don't really need hay. So.
Gotcha. So have you ever thought about showing any other types of animals, or?
Yeah, I really want to show pigs, but my dad doesn't know where we would put them. So we don't really have pigs right now, but we keep like asking him. So we're trying to figure out places to put them so that he'll finally let us get them. But we have friends, and I showed one of their pigs last year, so I got to like try it. But
Did you like it?
yeah, it was fun because they were like, it's easy, I guess, easier than cows. Because like with cows, I just feel like I get super nervous that they're gonna like jump on me or get like super excited or something, and they're so much bigger than me. Where like the pig is like so tiny that it's just kind of easy to control and stuff. But
yeah, for sure. Yep.
I can show you guys how like you walk them if we still need to keep going.
Yeah, sure.
So normally we have a show stick, and normally it's straight, but this one got all bent up and everything, so it's not going to be very straight. But I'll just walk them around.
Okay.
So you want to make sure that you keep your head high, and he doesn't usually keep his head high, so just hold it up. But then you stop him. And you want the foot that's closest, the back foot that's closest to you, you want that up a little bit. And then you want their 2 front feet square. And then you just kind of scratch on them down here when the judge is looking at them. And you just stop and stuff.
Gotcha.
And you want to stand at least 2 or 3 feet in front of them and hold their head up. Just kind of like this, because it just displays good showmanship.
Mhm.
And then you just walk them around again and stuff. If you just do what the judge tells you to.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, that sounds kind of similar. I showed sheep. You have to set up their legs right too. So, and I get the whole being scared of things jumping on you because the sheep do that sometimes too. And it's always it's always embarrassing when your sheep gets loose in the ring.
Yeah, I had to help break sheep one time. Like before we got cows, they were like, "We're gonna get you used to sheep so that you're used to animals, I guess." And so I was helping them, and I remember they told me to wrap the rope around my hand, and then it just started running, and I was like dragging behind and stuff.
That happened to me when I was younger too. I was out in the yard and I started getting drug around, and my parents and my brother were all in the shed and they had the music all the way up. So I was like screaming for help and nobody could hear me. So yeah, no fun. No fun. Well,
I think Maddie, I think that we are good, and thank you very much, Clara. Unless you had anything else, I'll let Maddie kind of finish this one up, and then we're going to
yeah.
take a slight break.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you so much for talking with me, Clara.
Yeah, thanks for letting me be on here.
Yeah, it was awesome. We hope you can show your cattle this summer. Hopefully this quarantine just doesn't take over the whole entire summer.
Yeah, it's a lot of work put in to not be able to show them.
Agreed. Well, thank you, Clara. We'll talk to you later.
Yep, thank you.
See ya.
See ya.
You said a break, Mr. Faber?
Well, right now, as I'm kind of watching this on YouTube, and I very much appreciate, we've got a whole big group of people that are following us, I mean on Facebook, but there was a glitch. And so the last few minutes here that we've been visiting with Clara, we have not been live on YouTube. And I'm not exactly sure why, but for all of you that are watching on Facebook, what we're going to do is we're going to take a moment, stop that live stream, and then we're going to kick it right back up and hopefully reconnect to both the platforms, because I know that we had a number of households that were watching us there on YouTube, and definitely want to get back to where we can reach them. So for everybody who it's going to show you here in just a moment that is going to kind of lose us off of Facebook, please pay attention, and by the time that it comes through, we might be back up and streaming with you. So I am going to do that right now. Are you there, Maddie?
Yep.
Let's see what we have. I am back on YouTube, I think. We are back on Facebook, it would appear. So let's just visit. What's your favorite part so far today? As I look at this, we've got people that are starting to join on again. I was so excited. We were sitting there at like at a whole big group that was watching us there on Facebook. I think it was one of the highest numbers we've had all day, Maddie. And then we just kind of go. I'm not sure what it was with YouTube. They had a they apparently had someone flagged us or said that we violated something in their service policy. So I don't know what that is, and I've already filed an appeal. But we're going to get rocking and rolling here. So I'm gonna throw out there. I know that we have Kay who is ready to go, that we can see, and we're gonna get to you in just a second there, Kay. And I see already that we have Lauren who has signed on. Lauren, your video is sideways, just so that you know, and we've got Kay here before we get you going. We're gonna give just a second because we just had to reboot back to our live streaming options. Hopefully people are joining back in with us. I see that we're already picking up some of them again on YouTube. And so we're gonna wait just a moment and let people join us. It's really been an exciting day, and you know, I get to see a lot of these folks, and they're using the emojis on Facebook, Maddie, and we're just rocking and rolling. So what's your favorite or been most interesting one so far today for you?
Let me look. I don't know. There's just so many different things. I thought it was pretty cool. I never knew that they grew popcorn or green beans in Illinois, so that was pretty cool. Getting to hear about that. I like that a lot. That was cool. The maple syrup was cool too.
What
about you?
I thought that there's been a lot of them that have been really neat. I thought that just here recently watching Libby be able to take us inside a grain bin, and so many people that have seen from the outside of the grain bin to be able to go ahead and look inside, I think was really really a good deal. So yeah, that kind of ranks up there for me.
Yeah. My computer just died, so I gotta grab my charger quick. But yeah, I thought that was really cool. And Libby knew so much about those grain bins. I was very impressed.
So that was a neat one. And I know that grain bin safety is a really important thing out there, and we don't always think about it. And we especially don't think about it when we just see them sitting there on the horizon. So
it's
like
kind of scary stuff.
And the opportunity, you know, to hear about those specialty crops. Going back the other day when I was listening to Colin and kind of heard that where he had said that Illinois was the #1 popcorn producer. I had no idea. So
yeah, me neither.
So I think that's pretty good. It looks like we are live on both of our platforms again here. Thank you everybody for coming back to us. I'm sorry that we had that glitch. I'm actually kind of impressed. We've made it 4 hours in here before we really had too much of a glitch.
Yeah. Yep.
Not too bad for a couple of first-time streamers, but why don't you go ahead and take it and introduce Kay.
Sounds good. All right. Next we'll be hearing about gardening from Kaylin Lane. Kaylin has been in the state FFA chorus and was a sophomore this year at Pontiac. So take it away when you're ready, Kay. You're muted, Kay.
Hold on, Kaylin, you're muted.
There we go.
Try it now.
We good?
Yep, you're good.
Okay. So I'm sitting in between my onion rows, my garlic rows. We planted these last year. But before I take you on a tour, I'm going to tell you a little about the history. So this garden was started 50 years ago by my grandfather's mother. And she's the one who started this. And then my grandmother has continued it, and so then I've joined her, and so now it's kind of like our family garden. Asparagus has been here for 30 years. carrots, beets. Not everything has come up yet. We've also got potatoes, but this is our row of tomatoes. As you can see, there's milk jugs and flower pots on the tomatoes. That is because it's supposed to frost tonight, so we're just preparing for the frost because the milk jugs are going to protect the plants from getting frosted. I'm actually going to show you this. I'm actually going to plant something for you, a little demonstration right here. So what you're going to do is you're going to want to dig a hole about 4 inches deep. That way it's deep enough for the cabbage plant to grow. So that way it has enough soil. What you're going to want to do is you're going to want to take your eggshells, and the eggshells actually have shells. And so it helps the plant from getting end rot, which is what happens is the ends. So like this is cabbage, so the cabbage head, they'll get on the end of the fruit, it'll get rotten. So what you're going to do is you're going to put some eggshells just down into the soil. You don't need a lot, just a little bit to make sure that you get enough down in there. And then you're going to want to take a plant. Don't break the roots because they're wrapped around the soil, as you can see. I don't know if you can see that. These roots are wrapped around, so you don't want to break them up because that'll rip the roots. You just want to put it down in the ground, cover it up with soil, and then just a few centimeters below the leaf. That way the leaves have room to breathe. And normally we till before we plant, but I didn't have time to do that, so there you go. That's how you plant cabbage. And looks like it's just what we had to do to protect the frost. So that's my garden. If you're wondering what happened to these peppers, we had some animals decide to feast on our garden last night. So it ate the tomatoes, it ate lettuce, and it ate every pepper. So yeah, the animals decided to have a feast.
Oh no.
On plants. Yeah, I don't know what it is about lettuce, but they like our plants. So. Questions?
So what kind of animals come in and eat all the different vegetables and everything?
Well, so it was rabbits that ate the tomatoes and the peppers because there's some tomatoes right here. There's a tomato right here, and they ate that. So
oh wow.
It's normally rabbits and some deer like to eat it. Yeah. Mainly rabbits and deer are the main animals that eat the plants here.
Gotcha. So, how many different types of vegetables do you have planted out there?
I'd say 12 to 14 different types. We also have herbs. I didn't have herbs. So we've got stevia, Italian oregano, and lemongrass. Those are the 3 main types of herbs that we plant. Yeah, we mainly 12 to 14 different types of plants.
Gotcha.
So we've got tomatoes, cabbage, lettuce, potatoes, sugar snap peas, onions, garlic, broccoli, lettuce. What else? Carrots and beets. We also actually have a small garden with strawberries in it, and we will also plant sweet potatoes. But strawberries, they come up annually, so they come up every year.
Gotcha. So do you eat all of this, or do you sell any of it?
Well, for my grandmother and I, we can. So basically what canning is, you take the vegetables you get from the garden, you put them in jars with water and salt, then you put them in a boiling pot of water and you cover it. So like you need kind of like a steam cooker, you put it on the stove, and then
and then you let it get to a certain pressure, and then you release the pressure, and then it's cans. One thing you don't want to do is don't tap the lid of the can before it pops itself, because normally you hear it pop before it taps it. So.
Gotcha. So, there's this frost coming tonight. How are you gonna prepare for that?
So we put, as you can see, we've got milk jugs covering the plants, so the frost can't get into these jugs. They can't get into the pot. And if you're wondering what these are called tomato cages. Last year we didn't put these cages on them, so they were everywhere. Like we're literally stepping on tomatoes, trying to get tomatoes to eat, and so we put them in cages so they're up off the ground and you're not stepping on them.
Gotcha.
But yeah, we've got pots, flower pots over. We got these milk jugs. They're tied down because it was so windy. They were blowing, so we couldn't just stick them in the ground like you're supposed to be tied them. But Graham and I did that earlier this morning.
Gotcha. So, those eggshells you showed us earlier, what is the purpose of those?
So these eggshells right here, they give the plant extra calcium, and it prevents fruit end rot, which happens to the plants if they don't have enough calcium. The fruit will rot on the end of it, so that's why we put the eggshells in the dirt with them so that they won't get that end rot. Also, these are farm fresh eggs for our chickens we have on the other side of the barn. That's a lot more calcium in them too, it's fresh. We try to be all organic, so we don't spray chemicals on our plants. We try to be all organic. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, I think those are all the questions I have that have come through. So thank you so much, Kaylin.
Yep, no problem. I enjoyed it.
Really appreciate you coming in.
Yep, thank you.
All right, we'll see you soon, Kaylin.
Yep, see you, Maddie.
All right, here we go on to the next speaker. Up next is Lauren Moore from Carlock, Illinois. Lauren is from the Normal West FFA chapter and was just named state champion in the sheep proficiency area. She will be talking to us about her sheep. So whenever you're ready, Lauren, just take it away.
All right. So today I'm just going to be talking about ear tagging. So we always have to tag our sheep, and there's two purposes for them. One is flock tags, and then the second is a scrapie tag. So a flock tag is just so we can identify which lamb it is. And then the scrapie tag is it's a federal law to have the scrapie tag. And so scrapie is a brain disease that affects both sheep and goats. And so it's highly contagious, and it affects their brain, and they end up dying. But so the reason why we have the tags is so that if a lamb ever gets scrapie, then they can track the lamb back to the farm, and then they'll quarantine the farm. So back to these flock tags, we have a numbering system that we do here. So the first two numbers on this tag is for the end of the year. Like, so if it's 2020, the first two is going to be 20. But then if it was like 2017, the year that this lamb was born, then the second two numbers are the number for what the lamb was born that year. So this is the first lamb that was born within the year. And then so if it was maybe the sixth lamb born, that number is going to be 2006. So those are the tags that we use and the purposes for them. And then I'll go ahead and grab my ear tagger and show you guys what it looks like. So this is the ear tagger. And then, so that's how you put in the ear tags. Let me grab an alcohol swab. So before you put in a tag, you want to make sure that it's clean. So we'll use one of these alcohol prep pads just to clean it off because you want your equipment to be clean. And then after I do that, I will show you how to put in the tags, and then we'll also go ahead and sanitize the tag itself. So this is the tag that we're going to put in today. So this is the one that you want to make sure it gets really clean because this is what's going to punch through the ear. So then we'll go ahead and put it inside of our ear tagger. So this end's going to go on the more pointy end, and then this one's going to slide right in here, just like that. So now I'll go ahead and show you guys what the ear looks like and where we're going to put the ear tag in. So there's these different ridges inside of the ear that you want to make sure that you miss. You don't want to put in the ear tag into those because it can make their ear go floppy, and also it'll bleed a lot. So we're going to put it right in here where my thumb is, right in between those ridges. So let me go ahead and go grab my ear tagger. So we'll go ahead and put it in right here. And so now that is, 1 second, okay. So that is how we put in an ear tag. I just want to show the other side. So this is just a flock tag showing us which lamb this is. So if we ever need to just figure out which lamb or who this lamb was out of. So that's what ear tagging is for, and that's also how you do it. Are there any questions?
Awesome. Let me get our questions up here. What kind of sheep do you have?
So on my farm, I have both Oxfords and Cotswolds. So this is a mistake that happened this last summer. A natural colored ram got in with one of my Oxford yearling ewes. So they normally aren't this dark. The Oxfords are this size, but they're a little bit lighter headed, and then they're gonna have a white body. And then the Cotswolds are more of a wool breed, and so they have curly white wool.
Gotcha. So, what does the natural color mean?
That they're gonna have, like, it can be, so if you wanna show that, so like gray, black, sometimes it can be more silver. So it's just one that's not white.
Gotcha. How old is that sheep that you have?
This was born in January. So our like numbering system starts over like at the beginning of the year. So everything from January all the way up to the next like December, those are all going to be within the 20 numbering system. But we normally only lamb between January and March, and then if we ever have fall lambs, that's going to be like September, October.
Gotcha. So, I take it you show sheep like in fairs and everything, right? So,
Yes.
Are your sheep like breeding or market, or what do you show them in?
Yeah, they're going to be breeding animals, breeding sheep. So I'll show springs, falls, and then also yearlings at different county fairs over the summer. And then I also try to go to some state fairs and some national shows in the fall.
Oh, awesome. So how many, I guess you could call them baby sheep, do you have right now, or the younger sheep?
Yeah, I have right around 33 spring lambs, and then this last fall I had 3 fall lambs that are going to be putting into my show string this summer.
Awesome. Let's see if we get any more questions. So, how soon do you shear the lambs at all, or do you just let them have the longer wool?
Yeah, so right around now is when we're shearing them. So with like the Oxfords, we're gonna cut them out. So we'll leave like their butt wool, and then we'll shear like their necks right here and then over their bodies, but then leave the back end wool, and then also their legs and their top knot. But like right now, we're shearing all of the old ewes. And so then we shear both spring and fall for the old ewes.
Awesome. Sorry, kind of cut in and out there. So do you use the wool that you shear, or what do you do with the wool?
Yeah, so we sell it to Jim Davis, and then he takes it to Foreston at Grownwool. But then like the lamb's wool, typically I'll give it to my mom, and she actually uses it in her garden as a natural fertilizer. So that's what lamb wool. Yeah.
Awesome. So how old will the sheep that you have get to?
Well, this one's gonna go to market, but if I'm keeping them, sometimes they'll be up to like 8 to 10 years, if they're producing enough lambs for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's see if we get any more questions in. Do you eat lamb meat?
I do. So it's actually kind of interesting. The Oxfords and the Cotswolds, you can actually tell a difference between the two. Personally, I like the Cotswold lamb more. When I was doing a 4-H project, I was talking about the differences between a Lincoln and a Cotswold, and lots of people get confused just because they look the same, because they have curly wool. But so the Cotswolds are known to have more of like a buttery flavor in their meat. So I would prefer a Cotswold meat over Oxford meat.
Gotcha. So, my family used to have people that came from South Africa to work for us, and they used to eat lamb tail. Have you ever had lamb tail?
I have not.
No?
Have you?
No, I have not. But I was like very confused on why they eat lamb tail, but that's what they brought over to us, so I just thought I'd ask.
Yeah, no, I haven't, but I should. That should be on my bucket list.
It seems weird, like there wouldn't be much meat there, but
Yeah.
oh well, I don't know. All right, well, I think with that, we're all out of questions. So thank you so much for being here, Lauren. We really appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, I think that's all we got. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to move on to our next speaker. Let me get my script on here. Okay, we now will have someone coming in all the way from Rochelle, Georgia. Owen Harris is from the Wilcox FFA chapter, and he will be talking to us about cattle today. So whenever you're ready, Owen, take it away.
We can hear you, Owen. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah, we can hear you. Just can't see you.
There we go. How do I flip the camera around? You know how to do that?
There should be a
there
little
we
button
go.
this way.
Now we work. All right. So, yeah, like she said, I'm Owen Harris, and I'm from the Wilcox County FFA chapter, and I ran into this slot at National Convention in Indianapolis, and I've been kept in touch with some of them ever since. And I was asked to do a little bit about show cattle, and I've been doing this for 5 years, and this was my last year doing it. And with me, I have my little sister Emma. If you want to turn the camera around, and she is a first-year showman, and that is her cow for this show year. It is hopefully we'll have it registered as a Linflex heifer. And what we're going to do is just show you a little bit about what we do, such as right now, how we start working the show cow is her hair, and that's probably one of the most important parts of the cow because it helps them fill out and make them look more fuller. Because you see right here, she appears to be a little bony, but if she had more hair, that would be filled out more and it wouldn't look quite as skinny. And also healthy hair, it just looks better. And how we start is we take what's called a wash brush, and while they're still dry, you just scrub down, work down the hair, except for the legs. You brush them to the side, right here in the middle, and you work it one way, and work it the other, and you just keep continuing to brush down all the way, including her neck, at a 45-degree angle. Then what we do next, keep the hair healthy, is we just wash it, rinse it a little bit. And we repeat the same process, just brushing downward at a 45-degree angle. That way, we get all the water as much as we can off the cow, so it'll be easier to dry her off, and it helps move the dirt and whatever's in her hair down and off the cow. And whatever you don't get while you're washing her, hopefully it'll come off when you're blowing it. You just keep thrusting down like that. Once we've done that, we take the soaper right here and you just fill it up. 2 parts soap to 1 part water and connect to the nozzle, and you just soap them down. We don't normally soap them every time we work them. I like to do it maybe 2 or 3 times a week, because if you put too much soap on them, it'll dry their hair out and become dead and fall off. We don't want that. And you just continue to work down at a 45-degree angle. And finally, the last step of washing her, take the last step, is just rinse all the soap out again. It's important to rinse all the soap out, because if you leave some in there and it stays in there, once again, that could damage the cow's hair and you'd be doing more harm than good. So you got to make sure that you rinse her off good. And you just repeat the same process. You take your wash brush and you work down all the way at a 45-degree angle. Get all that water off. And if you can't tell, her hair is a lot cleaner and there's not as much dirt and grass and straw in there as there once was, and hopefully what's left will come off when you're drying the cow. What we would do next is we would take them into our barn, and we would dry them all with the blowers up there, but that could take, Mama, quit walking about that. That could take about an hour. We don't have time for that. But what I will show you is when we're dry, or as dry as that one can get. You know what? We'll use this cow over here because she's dry. Once the hair's blown off, we would just comb it. And there's 2 types of combs you could use. You could use one, which is mainly for your shorter haired cattle, doesn't have as many teeth in it. And you have another one, which is called a filler comb, and that's for your longer haired cattle. You can see that it's got more teeth in at the bottom. That's just to pull the longer hair up and get it separated better. And normally this is a longer haired cow, but due to the heat right now, and we're in Georgia, it's pretty hot. She's slicked up and her hair's gotten not as thick. It's not as long as it once was, but hopefully with more work and keep working her, her hair will grow back and it'll be fuller and thicker and longer than what it was. I'll use this comb because she's got shorter hair right now, but rather than combing down when it dries, you would comb up at a 45-degree angle this kind of example, I guess, of what you would do when you're combing one. You just keep going at a 45-degree angle until you get to her neck. Just brush straight down and get to her legs right here. Brush the comb out. See, like I said, as hot as it is, her hair's just falling off of her because of the heat. It's just, she's slicking up. But like I said, hopefully, once it gets cooler, it'll start to grow back. And last thing I want to show you how to do is how we practice walking them for when they get in the show ring. So, Emma, if you would untie your cow and take the rope halter off.
As she's doing that, Owen, how often, question that we had on the board, how often do you wash them?
Well, right now you need to work them 4 to 5 days a week, and all those days you would at least rinse her with 2 of those days probably using shampoo to keep that hair healthy and full and not dirty. And what she's about to do is, this is a show stick, and personally, I never liked using a show stick. I would practice what we call walking our cow into place, where you don't have to use the show stick as much because cows are easily stressed. They get aggravated easily. When you're picking at their back legs or front legs with a show stick, it tends to make them very angry. And what I only like to use the show stick for is either scratch her on a brisket right here, or when we get to the side, I'll show you better. Take this end of the show stick and just put it right there at the small of her back, and it makes her ribs sink down, and it gives her a better appearance of looking fuller and her ribs drop, and that's what the judge is going to look for. I know if you want to walk her, just right there at the end of the barn and set her up in a profile stance. Have to walk her up one more bit, right? Get her front foot lined up. Keep in mind, she's a first-year showman, and this is also this cow's first year. She doesn't quite know what we expect of her yet, so she'll be not exactly sure what she wants to do. And right there is kind of how you want it, but that's too tight. She's too tight in her body. You want her to be a little more extended with her front feet side by side, and with this leg right here to your closest to you, you would want it pulled up, but like I said, I don't like using show stick. It gets her agitated. I would prefer to just walk her into place that she'll cooperate. Yeah, she'll cooperate. Okay, and that's pretty much how you want her set up in a profile stance. The only way to get her better and more cooperative and more coordinated with you as a showman is to keep walking her and working her. And I like to do that as often as I wash and rinse a cow, because to me, you can have a cow as pretty as it can be, but if it's not going to cooperate you with the showman and walk like it's supposed to and give you the appearance like it's supposed to, it's not going to look good, and the judge is going to send you home with the last place ribbon. All right, and I think that's about it.
Awesome. Okay, we have some questions here for you.
Okay.
So what is your favorite part of showing cattle?
Well, it's kind of a love-hate relationship. I miss it a lot now that I'm gone from it. But out here, when you're halter breaking a cow, that's hard work. The cow doesn't know what it wants to do. It's fighting hard, but I thought to say that's my favorite part, halter breaking a cow, just because you never know what's gonna happen. They're wild and they're bucking and kicking. For some reason, I just like that.
Yeah. So, what do you do with the cattle after showing? Do you take them to market or?
Well, most of our cows come from our grandpa's cow pasture right now. If you want to turn the camera around, that's the cow pasture right there. The cows are on the other side of the pasture. But how we got started is with our grandpa's cows. If you want to bring the camera back around to me, it's really slow. When we're done with our cows, we'd either sell them back to our grandpa or to a local farmer, or sometimes we'll breed them and then sell them as a bred cow at a cow sale. But that one, her name's Flower. She came out of this pasture, and she's probably been one of the best pasture cows we've had. And we will sell her back to our grandpa. Now this one right here came out of one of our old show cows, a Limb Flex heifer, and I don't know what the plan with her is yet, but hopefully we'll keep her and breed her and hopefully have another show calf out of her.
Gotcha. So, last question I have here. Do you guys use a cooler for your calves at all to get them to grow hair more?
Fan. If we use a fan, we have 2 fans set up in the barn, and for the cow with the longest hair that we have, which right now would be her, but it's slicked up, when it grows back, we will put a fan in her stall that not only will keep her cool, but in the fall and winter months, it'll make her hair grow faster because it's trying to get her body warmer as the fan's blowing on her and it's cold, and it just makes her hair grow faster.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I think that's all I have for you. Thank you so much for joining us, Owen.
Thank you for inviting me to join.
Have a great rest of your day. See ya.
See ya.
All right. Here we go on to the next person. Our next speaker is Joe Walsh from Tok, Alaska. Joe is from the Tok FFA chapter and will be talking to us today about trapping. Tok is in the interior in eastern Alaska. Just how far from the Canadian border are you, Joe?
We're about 90 miles away.
Gotcha. Well, go ahead and take it away.
All righty. So I guess we'll start off with some of the furs that we catch around here. This is a marten. It's a member of the weasel family, and this is kind of a light colored marten, super soft fur, very thin hide. And they come in really nice dark, which is what people really like to prefer. Some of them have really bright orange necks right around here in the throat area, but this one's just a nice pale kind. And let's see what they can live up basically anywhere near riverbeds up to tall mountains, and really nice fur. This here's a fox. We catch these in some of our cat traps, which I'll show you in a minute, one of our cats that we caught. They're not worth a whole lot, but they're kind of nice to have for house decorations. This one's older, so he's not as nice as a newly fresh caught fox. And their hide is really, really thin. It breaks pretty easy. What we mainly get around for us is lynx. And super, super nice fur, very, very soft. Their hide's quite a bit thicker than the fox and martens, but it's not super thick compared to some other animals. So we got him. And then for the thicker hided animals, we got a wolverine. Much more of a dense fur. A lot of people use these in parkas and mitts and hats. Super warm. The ice doesn't form around it too well. from your moisture from breathing outside. This one's really nice, more pale one. Some of them are really just dark, just almost black, some of them. And he's got nice even hairs on the back of him. And then this one got a wolf. And Wolverine and wolf are super thick hided. They got really thick hides. So these guys can be used for parkas. They can be used for mitts, hats, coats, jackets. This is a lot softer fur than the Wolverine, but still very tough. And you get a lot more catching the wolf. Okay, and let's see some of the traps. So all of your traps for footholds, which is a kind like this, basically follow the same principle as this. You got your spring here. These are your jaws. You got this pan, which is what the animal's foot steps on and makes the trap go off. And you got this little metal bar right here. I don't know if you can see that, but that's what holds the pan. I'll set it up for you. So what you do is you compress this spring. See if I can get it down around. Oh, good. Turn over traps, it works. Right? And then you just pop this pan up to where it catches in this notch on the pan. And then it's caught. Then what you want to do is you want to turn this spring at a 90-degree angle towards your little piece of metal that holds your pan. And then you can set this other jaw down, or you can adjust it to make this go off very easy, just with the slightest touch. And the animal's foot will come over and he'll step in the trap. And basically, they all basically work the exact same. I got a bigger one here to show you too.
What size animal is that first one for, Joe? What type of animal?
That was for a marten. Could be for a squirrel, rabbit. Basically, all the little varmint animals. Be for a muskrat. But mainly for a marten. So this one here comes in a bunch of different sizes as well. And it's called a conibear. This one is for a marten and squirrels and certain animals like that. But what you got is two springs here and here. And then basically, here, let me actually. It's got two big wire squares, and they hinge right here in the middle. So when you pinch the springs together, it hurts without gloves. Then you can get it set. So you pull on it up like this, and it's got the same thing as the other traps, basically. Except, wow. This here, these little wires, this is your pan. And then you got this piece of metal with notches cut out. And this pan has a little notch cut out that allows this to actually attach to the main part of the trap itself. So when you set it there, then you can take off your safeties and it's ready to go. And so the animal will walk through and it'll push on this pan, which will make the wires, which will make the trap go off. What we do is we have these plastic buckets, and we'll put the trap inside of here, and our bait will be sitting up higher inside. And so when the marten tries to go inside, he has one way in and one way out. And the other good thing that the bucket does is it keeps snow off of the bait in the trap. That way it will have a better chance of going off. And it keeps the birds and stuff away from your bait. So you don't have to replace your bait every time you go out. So I'll show you. If this blue handle is the marten and he pushes on this, it'll go off and it'll get him. So that's the two main traps that we use for the marten. Then we got these bigger traps. This one is mainly for a lynx and a fox. We use bigger ones for wolverines and wolves. Could catch a wolverine in this, we have, but that was always by mistake. This one has 2 strings on each side, which has a lot more pressure to keep that animal's foot in there. Let me just set it real quick for you.
What are the most valuable pelts that you trap?
Definitely a wolf. You can, if for a good wolf hide, you can get anywhere from $600 to $1,200 or more.
So what are the limitations on that? Those are a little bit protected down here in the lower 48.
We don't have a super lot of limitations up here. There's a whole bunch of them, and a lot of times government will pay people to go out and shoot them and get rid of them because there's just so many taking out the caribou and moose.
So out of all the animals that you're trapping, which one's the meanest or the most dangerous?
Toughest, I would have to say, is a wolverine. You get up to them, and if they're still alive, they're just going haywire. Wolverines up here, they'll scare off bears from their meal. They're just mean little tanks of an animal. And they're a member of the weasel family, just basically a large marten. Wolves, when you come up to them, they'll either be sitting and growling at you, or they'll kind of be up and walking around as far as they can reach.
Gotcha. So what are the hides used for mostly?
Mainly either house decoration or actual clothing, whether it's for style, for the clothing part, for style, or for warmth, for doing the same things, just being out in the woods on the trap line, anywhere that's cold.
Gotcha.
And like with all of these pelts here, some of them we have yet to sell, but a lot of them we just hang up in our house once we get them tanned, which makes them all pliable and like leathery. So same thing with the marten as a lynx. Got the pan here, the paw steps on the pan, applies pressure, it'll go off. Now with these traps in wolverine and wolf, we'll use this stuff called wax paper. And basically we just use it as a protection to keep snow and stuff off, and you can cover up your traps with snow so the animals don't see it as well. And it keeps your trap from freezing up, which is how a lot of your animals will get away. If your trap's frozen up and it won't go off, then the animal can take all your bait and stuff and get away with it. So that's good stuff to have, good waterproof protection for that. We just cover our traps with snow and pine cones and pine needles, or sometimes even little sticks just to make it look natural. Depends on the area. And usually around one of those traps, we'll have 2 or 3 snares. This one's probably kind of hard to see. But basically, you have your wire here, and you tie this to a tree. Now this is 11 gauge wire. It's quite sturdy and nice and pliable, so you can get it really tight around the tree. And you have quite a bit of length to it. You can tie another stair to it to get more length, or tie a piece of 9 wire, which I'll show you here in a second, to make it longer. But basically, you have your snare here, and you want it at full extent. You want it all the way as big as it can get. And it'll look like a teardrop shape. And you'll hang this about probably a foot off the ground. If you have deep snow, hang it up a little bit higher. And what will happen is we have these guide sticks that stand up to where the lynx won't want to go off to the left or right. They'll want to go through the snare because they can hardly see the wire. They'll probably think it's a twig, and they always choose the easiest path. So when they go through it, it'll get caught on their chest, and then it'll just sink around their neck and choke them out. And that is my preferred way of doing it. It's fast, it's easy. You don't have to deal with them, and it's quick for them too. And usually you can get, it depends on how much brush they get in and whatever, but these don't tend to last too long. The cable just gets frayed from spinning or biting on or whatever. So every time I go out, I'll usually have another pack of these. And that one was for lynx. They make bigger ones for wolves, which is much thicker wire and cable. They have smaller ones for marten. We don't use snares for marten. It would just take too long for us. But they're super good. They're super easy to set up. And any animal can hardly see them. So, including me sometimes. This wire is what we tie all of our bait and our buckets for our conibears onto the tree. It's just baling wire, super thin, super pliable. You can bend it to any way you want. And we'll usually have one roll and wrap it up in duct tape so it doesn't fray out and get springy like this. And the snow stays out of it a little bit better. And if we have broken snow machine problem, like a ski is falling off, we'll just tie it on with this and get it out of the woods as best as we can. So it's really good stuff to have.
You happen to have a lynx pelt with you there?
Yeah,
And then we did have a question that came across that asked how long the typical trap line is, or how long of a loop you have on them.
So here's the lynx pelt again. And this is a good lynx pelt. A lot of them, they're at like the end of a year, around October, November area, they'll be really brown, and brown is not as good as this like nice silver coat to it. And then sometimes on these guys, it's super, super rare. It's like 1 out of 100,000. You'll get like this smoky blue colored one. It's like I don't know. It like in the moonlight kind of changes into a purple color, super rare and nice. But that's the lynx pelt. And on that question about how long, it depends really. I have one just back here past our house, about 2 miles to 5 miles. And then others are from 15 miles to 30. And we usually have about 5 of those at least each year. Basic tools for what you need out there. Pliers, they're super handy. You absolutely need them. These are heavy duty pliers right here. This is for cutting that really thick, well, I don't even know if I showed it to you, this 9-wire. We tie the heavy duty traps like the lynx trap and anything bigger with it. Super heavy duty. We tie down our snow machines and 6-wheelers and all that good stuff with it. But it's also really not that pliable after a few turns of it, and it's really hard to get undone. But these are heavy duty pliers, and it just cuts this stuff no problem.
I think we have one more question, and then we're going to probably say thank you. Do you run your lines every day?
No, about each weekend we'll do it. So we do it here on school time. So after every 5 days, we'll go do it over the weekend.
Gotcha. Well, I think that's about all we have for you. Thank you so much for coming in, Joe.
Yep, no problem.
All right, with that, I think we're gonna move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Hannah Grove. Hannah is also from Pontiac FFA chapter, and Hannah was a junior this past year, and today she'll be talking to us about soil tillage. So take it away whenever you're ready, Hannah.
Hello, so I'm going to talk about soil tillage today, and this is our tiller that we use. We actually already tilled our field twice because it was so bad. We had to do it from the corn stalks that we had left over from last year. So basically, you lower it down into the ground once you get going, and then the disc will roll forward, and then behind the disc are a dragging system that we have. We have to put extra draggers on because the things aren't good enough, like enough bumps, so it's kind of as easy. And then we do it once a year before we plant, and we do it at least twice throughout the field. We do it once before we get sprayed, and then once after we get sprayed. Yeah, and so the main reason we do this is it lets the soil get worked, and then if it rains, it'll let the soil absorb the water
So how deep does that go into the ground?
We have our set about 1.5 inches that it goes in. But you can do them at any like depth you.
Gotcha. Let's see if I get any more questions here. What crops do you grow, Hannah?
We grow soybeans and corn.
Awesome. So have you gotten anything in the ground yet?
We have all of our corn in. I think we're gonna start soybeans next week.
Gotcha. Awesome. Well, hopefully it doesn't get too cold this weekend.
Yeah.
So what is your favorite part to do, Hannah?
My favorite part is harvesting, which I know is not till later, but it's just one of my favorite things to do.
Yeah. It's a busy time of the year.
That's fair.
Let me see if I get any more questions in here. So, about how many acres do you guys have?
We farm about 180 acres for a couple that lives in Hawaii.
Gotcha. Awesome. All right. Well, I think that's all the questions I have for you, Hannah. Thank you so much for dropping in today.
Thank you.
All right. With that, I think we're going to move on to our next speaker. Let me go back up here. Next, we'll be hearing from Seth Stoddard, and I believe at least one of his kids from Woodbourne, Oregon. Seth is the advisor at Woodbourne FFA chapter, and he is the advisor there. So Seth will be talking to us about meat goats. Go ahead and take it away, Seth.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
All right, perfect. Well, welcome to the beautiful Beaver State. It is gorgeous. It's 75 degrees. This is a hot day for us. We are in the northern Willamette Valley, just south of Portland, Oregon, our biggest city. And we are on what's called the wet side of the state. We have high desert out to the east, which has a very different climate. But here on the west side, we have a very temperate climate and a really neat microclimate for growing a lot of different specialty crops. And so we do a lot of seed production. We do a lot of hazelnuts, hops, and a lot of things that don't grow anywhere else in the world. So really unique climate here and an absolutely gorgeous day. So thanks for letting us join you. We're really excited to have you. And I wanted to show you my son's meat goat projects, which we have up on stanchions right here. And so this is my son, Cole. Cole is a 4-H member. He's 12 years old. And do you want to tell him how you got your project started?
Yeah, I started my projects by, well, first I started raising turkeys and I got grand champion. And I got a lot of money from those so I could start buying goats for a breeding project.
And so what you're seeing here, we've got a mother and son combination here. So this is Sweetie Pie, she's a doe. And then this is one of her two kids that she had this winter. And so this is a wether. This is a male that we have neutered in order to be what's called a market goat or a meat goat. So these were, before the pandemic hit, these were scheduled to go to our county fair in July, but that was just canceled this week. So we're going to be looking for another way to sell these animals. So Noah here is going to be a market meat goat, and so full size they can be anywhere between 60 to 100 pounds, and they dress out just like a regular market lamb, and there isn't a huge difference in taste or texture when it comes to the meat and what have you. These are boar goats, and boars are a breed of meat goat, most common breed of meat goat, and they originate from South Africa. And you can see that they're a very muscular kind of animal, and so they're built a lot like a market sheep. and they're going to look a lot different than a dairy goat might. So with that, what kind of questions do you have about goats or anything about Oregon agriculture we can answer?
Let's see what we have here. What is Cole's favorite part of raising goats?
What's your favorite part about raising goats?
Probably how friendly they can be compared to some sheep. Like our sheep out in the pasture, they run away from you, and you have to take a long time to catch them. But the goats, all you have to do is really walk up to them, be nice to them, and they'll come right to you.
Gotcha. So, do you ever eat goat meat?
You ever eat goat meat?
Not yet.
No? You planning on it?
Maybe.
Maybe?
Yeah, with our auction being canceled, we're not sure where our
Yeah.
terminal sale is going to be for these guys.
Yeah, it's crazy. So how old is the mother goat?
What's that?
How old is the mother goat?
How old is the doe?
2 years old.
2. Gotcha. And how old is the son?
He was kidded in January, February? January. So Ella's my daughter, and she's going to come on into the camera here, and she's going to teach you a little bit about different things that they eat. So come on down here. Or if you just want to hold stuff, I can talk about it. That's fine. Okay, so one of the things we wanted to teach about today is some different forages or things that they might eat. And so what we have here, I'm not sure how well you can see that on camera, is this is just a grass hay. And this is pretty low in protein, but this is a good just general hay for keeping their gut action going and to keep animals full. So in the wintertime, when does and sheep are out on pasture and there isn't any grass to eat, then we'll feed them this just as a maintenance ration. Okay, this right here is alfalfa, and I'm not sure if you can see this in the shade, but alfalfa is a lot leafier and a lot greener. And so alfalfa is going to be a higher protein hay or forage that we'll feed to animals that need more energy. So we're going to feed them this, and it will help them to grow and help them to digest a little bit better. And then third, some of you are wondering what we feed these animals as well. I'm not sure how this is going to show up on camera, but this is a complete feed mix that has corn and oats and soybeans and molasses and barley and all sorts of stuff. And so this is a complete feed that we feed to Noah, and this will also help him to grow up big and strong and be a good reach market weight. So a lot of people don't realize the difference between the different feeds, and that's why we feed what we feed.
Awesome.
What other questions do you have?
So I heard something about sheep. Do you have any other animals other than goats on your farm?
You guys want to tell them?
Go ahead.
Okay. So in the interest of time, I'll go ahead and jump in here. So we have layer chickens. So we've got a wide variety of chickens. Right now, we give all of our eggs to a local food pantry, but we would normally sell them to teachers. We also have turkeys. Cole has market turkeys. We also have a Mustang off of a local Indian reservation that we are halter breaking, and so it's a beautiful Mustang named Shelby. I thought that was an appropriate name for a Mustang. Let's see. We have sheep. So we have 2 ewes that we bred this year, and we have 4 lambs out of those ewes that are 2 we're going to keep the ewe lambs out of and replace, and then we'll be selling the other 2 wethers, the castrated males, as market projects as well. Did I get all the animals? Oh, we have a wide variety of small animals as well. We have everything from a chinchilla, rabbits, guinea pigs, hamsters, gerbils, a rat. Those are all great things for my wife and myself, as we're both ag teachers, and we bring them into class all the time.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Around here.
All right. So a question came in. Someone noticed that they're different colors. Is there a reason for that? Is it age, or what's the reason they're different colors?
Want to tackle that one?
Yeah. So usually they're different colors because of like the mom and dad. See, the dad was mainly all black with a little bit of brown. So that plus her brown mixed in with that black to make kind of like this all brown with a couple white spots.
Awesome.
That's
All
your
right.
6th grade genetics lesson.
Well, it made sense to me. All right. Well, I think with that, we're all out of questions. So thank you guys so much for dropping in and letting us see your goats.
Thanks very much for asking, and have a great day and a great weekend.
You too. See you guys later. Bye. Okay. And now we're going to go on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is from Pontiac. He's a Pontiac FFA member, Chris Corrigan. He was a freshman this past year, and he will be talking to us about steam engines today. So take it away when you're ready, Chris.
As Maddie said, I'm Christopher Corrigan. I am into steam engines and tractors. Today I'm going to talk about steam engines and their safety and everything to deal with it. So first off, they run off of wood and coal, but you have to start it off of wood, and then usually we run coal while we are in the field plowing or running sawmills, threshing machines, which is what they used to do back in the old days before we used to have tractors. So today I have our 2005, the boiler is a 1998 65 half scale. It is a model of a full-size 65 steam engine. It is built by Case, and this one was hand-built. We built everything but the boiler on it, and then we put it together. So the maintenance of it is you got to clean everything. You got to grease everything that has a grease insert. You have to punch the flues and clean out the firebox so that we clean out all the wood and all the coal so that it can run fluent and smooth. And right now we're running it off of air because it's a little cold and we haven't got it prepped for the steam year. But so the maintenance is yearly. We have to clean out the inside of the firebox and everything inside of it. And we have to take the grates out and we have to pressure wash it all down. And then at the end of the year, we have to put it all back in and then just make sure everything's greased and running smooth. These, make sure you usually have jeans, closed-toe shoes, a good shirt on, some sure that you don't want to get dirty, and just protection in your hands, because when you are up running this, it will get really hot on your hands sometimes. It would always be good to have gloves on. And basic stuff, we go to Indiana and Ohio for steam shows, and we don't take our full-size 1917 full-size because we have to get it on a semi-trailer. This one we can just throw on a car trailer and go. So the basic maintenance parts of it, this right here is the flywheel, which is what we hook up to sawmill, rock crusher, and everything on it. The gearing, this one isn't, there's different kind of gearing you can make on them. We don't have a fast one because we use ours for work, plow. This one we can pull a 2-bottom plow, and our big one we can usually run about 5 or 6. This one we've had it before, but we didn't get it built until 2005. Our full size is a 1917 60 horse, and that one we have put through a lot of work on the sawmill, on plowing, spark shows, which we love to do, and that's mostly it. Are there any questions?
Awesome, Chris. Well, we do have some questions. How old did you say this was?
This one, the boiler, was a 1998, but all the pieces on it, once we got it all fully built, is 2005.
Gotcha. Okay, so what is your favorite part about running the steam engine?
I would say getting to do spark shows because it's late at night. You get to see all the sparks, and it's instead of doing all the hard work, you get to have a little bit of fun with it, and all the people that come to watch it love it, and it's just a blast.
Awesome. Let's see here. So why didn't you build the boiler is one of the questions he asked.
Well, we bought it already built, and they're pretty expensive to replace. That's the first thing you usually have to replace on it after so many years of working it. Depends on how hard you work it. If you use it constantly or if you just run it once or twice a summer. Just depends on how you use your machine, how good you keep it.
Gotcha. So is it loud when you run it?
When you're running it off of wood and coal, it's kind of loud. When you're on air, it's quiet. But once you get wood and coal, if you're working it, it'll have a little knock in it, but that's because you're putting pressure on the piston and all that. But it's pretty quiet.
Gotcha. So I'm looking at the wheels. The wheels are super thin. Why are they so thin like that?
The front or back one, or which ones?
The back ones.
Well, the back ones, we have these on it. Some people put rubber on it so they can go on the road. But since we plow, we have these grips in there. We don't have a full size, so like a big, huge one. So the size is a 65. So we don't. That's the scale size of it. If we had like 100 horsepower, 110 horsepower one, we'd have wheels about another foot out. But that's usually about what size they are.
Gotcha. Okay. Another question is, how do you do a spark show?
So a spark show is you take off all of the sawmill. During the day, they run sawmill, and then at night we hook up to a belt to put it underneath pressure, which allows the smoke to come out of the stack really good. And what we do is we take the shavings from the wood and we just shove it into the firebox, which the firebox is back here, in here. And what you do is you want to do all wood, but it's not black smoke coming out because you won't be able to see it as well. But you load it up on wood, and then you throw a few scoops of sawdust in there, and then you turn your blower on, which allows it to come up the stack really well, and it's just a ton of sparks pretty much, and it gets pretty good height.
Gotcha. Cool. Do you have a whistle with the air?
Yes, I do. Turn it on really quick. We have a few different whistles that we can put on it. This one's the main one we keep on it, but we do have air, like a ambulance kind of sounding one, but this is just a normal whistle. And there's different like things on it. One or two whistles, two quick ones mean you're moving forward. One means you're stopped, and three means you're going back. And then if you're in trouble or need help from another person around, like say something went wrong, you're out of water, you have to keep water in the sink, or else it might have a problem with it. That's the main part of this. They tell us is water, 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 and if you don't, it will not allow you to have steam or anything. And if you're out of water or something, you just constantly blow it, and some steam person will know that, and they'll come and help you.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I think with that, that's all the questions. Thank you so much for joining us, Chris.
Thank you for having me.
All right. We'll talk to you soon. All right. With that, we're going to move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Jay Scott, a veteran from Richland, Washington, with his dog Romeo. Romeo was trained as a service dog by Bryson Herman of the Grandview FFA chapter. Grandview FFA has a service dog training program. Jay became connected through the Service Peace Warriors and will be talking to us about his service dogs today. Thank you for your service, and we're excited to hear about your project. Go ahead and take it away, Jay.
Hello, my name is Jay Scott, like Maddie said, and I'm currently in Eastern Washington. in Eltopia, which is where Service Peace Warriors is located. And here with me today, this is Romeo. So he used to be called Romero when he was being raised, but they changed. Service Peace Warriors changed his name to Romeo, which is what his name is today. Me and Romeo have been paired for about 6 weeks now. I took him home about 6 weeks ago, right before the pandemic happened, and he's been a blessing in my life. As Maddie was saying, I am a combat veteran. I served 2 tours in Iraq, and I developed a condition called PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. And I came home and I was really not right, and I didn't know why. And I finally went to the doctor, and they said, hey, that I had PTSD. And so they last year, my doctor finally said, hey, you should probably think about getting a service dog. You know, there's been really great results out there with service dogs and veterans. And so I got connected with Service Peace Warriors, and that's how I got Romeo. Service Peace Warriors is a nonprofit organization in Eltopia. It's about 30 minutes north of the Tri-Cities, which is Richland, Kennewick, and Pasco, and it's second largest on the east side of Washington. Spokane being the largest, and then you have Tri-Cities being the second largest. But yes, there's definitely, just like Oregon, a west side and the east side. The east side is desert, like here it's beautiful, 73 degrees, clear skies, and it's really nice, and it's probably raining over on the other side of the mountains, which it normally is. But no, but yeah, Romeo is a certified dog, and he can go on plane rides, trains, anywhere in the country. I'll show you here. I'll flip my camera around. So Romeo is licensed. See my picture, and then it has his picture. So when I go to the airport, I just show him my credentials, and he goes right through gosh, I can't think today, but he goes through the checkout, and he gets to go anywhere that I go. So, but yeah, he wears this vest, and I'll stand up and show you. Romeo, here. So all service dogs wear a vest, and this is his vest here. Shows that he's a service dog for Service Peace Warriors. And I'm also the executive officer of the Combat Veterans Motorcycle Association here in Washington, in the east side. So I have their stuff on here too, but it has on here that it's the laws that show that I can take him everywhere. If anyone has questions, there's a phone number if they don't believe me. But yeah, so Romeo is trained to, like, see, he's already wanting to stay right with me when I walk. And if I tell him, Romeo, sit, he sits. Romeo, down. He'll go to a down. He's very well trained. This is about as wild as he gets. He's a very relaxed dog, and that's good for someone with PTSD, because you don't want a dog to get you anxious or anything like that. But yeah, so what has he done for me since I've had him? So before, I used to have really bad nightmares. And so I built a bed so he sleeps right next to me every night now. And if I'm having a bad nightmare, he actually will get out of bed, come over and nudge on me, and he wakes me up. And it's been really great. And I haven't been able to get probably 8 hours of sleep in years. And since I've had him for the last 6 weeks, I've gotten full night's sleeps. I feel more energized. It's just been great. I mean, with the pandemic, you can't really go anywhere. So I've taken it, I can only been taking him to like supermarkets. He does really well there. But I don't go to malls, lots of people. I get really anxious, and I try to avoid those places. Just going to the grocery store with him now, it's been really helpful, just going to the grocery store. So he's changed my life a lot in the last 6 weeks, and it's been a blessing. But yeah, I don't really know what else to talk about, but Service Peace Warriors, they train the dogs, and they supply the dogs to the veterans free of charge. Everything's free. I haven't had to pay for anything out of pocket. The only thing I'm required to do is go to their trainings. It's an 8-week training. And today we had training today, and we just got done with our training. And then tomorrow we're going to have some more training. We're actually all meeting at Target, and we're going to do some cart training in the store, and just to make sure that we have a handle on that, make sure the dogs act appropriately and do what they're trained to do. And then, but yeah, their medical bills are taken care of. It's really, they're really great. It's a really great organization, and they allow us to come out anytime we want and work on their equipment. They have a full agility yard. I wish I was still there to show you, but we got done really early today, and so we didn't want to wait an hour and a half to be here, so we moved on. But they have a great agility yard that we have access to every 7 days a week, and they have a medical. They have a medical place that you can go there and you can trim their nails. You can get basic stuff checked out. You can even take them there to get a bath if you want. So it's been really great. And so yeah, that's Service Peace Warriors. Does anybody have any questions?
Awesome. Yeah, we have a couple here. First of all, we have several people just thanking you so much for your service.
Oh, you're welcome. My pleasure.
And then we have a couple questions. So is Service Peace Warriors a nationwide program?
No, it's not. It's actually it's a very small nonprofit here in Eltopia, Washington. They do have clients in Oregon, California, and I think one in Idaho. They're actually so small. They try, because as people may know, 24 veterans commit suicide regularly, every day. And so their goal is to get out 100 dogs a year. But with the size they are and the cost that they incur as a nonprofit, they're constantly having to look for grants and outside support so they can keep providing services. So they're only limited to they're limited right now because they're still so small.
Yeah. So some people are wondering, how can they become involved with Service Peace Warriors, whether that be like maybe donating or anything like that?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you go to www.servicepeacewarriors.org, that's their website. And if I happen to get that wrong, please let me know and I will make sure you get the right email address, but I'm pretty sure that's correct. www.servicepeacewarriors.org. That's their website. They have a donate page there. They're always looking for volunteers if you live in this area. They work with the high schools all around our region to raise puppies, just like Romeo, back when he was first Romero. Romero actually, I didn't say this, but he actually started off as a CNI trained dog. He was going through the CNI, the blind program. He failed out of that program, and then Service Peace Warriors picked him up because they thought that he would be a great service dog for PTSD, which he has been. So, but yeah, they work with high schools all across our region, and they're always looking for people to raise puppies. Like today, they have 14 brand new English cream retrievers that the mom just gave birth to a few weeks ago. That they're already looking for puppy raisers for them. And they have gold German Shepherds, the Eastern full-blooded German Shepherds, not like the American German Shepherd, but the Eastern, German Shepherd. The mom is pregnant with a litter, so they're going to be having German Shepherds pretty soon. So I mean, they're always looking for volunteers, and especially financial support. I'm always giving people websites because they do such a great thing for veterans and first responders that I try to find them support as often as possible.
Yeah, for sure. So how old is Romeo?
Romeo is 1 year and 9 months old. His birthday, I have it on here. His birthday is June 8th of 2018.
Ooh, so he's gonna be
tuned
soon.
Yeah, we're gonna have a party for him.
Aw. So, is Romeo the first dog you've ever had, or you've ever had any dogs before now?
Yes, I have. I owned one dog when I was a kid. His name was JJ. Loved that dog. He lived to 14. And then after he passed away, I went off to the military shortly after that. And then since I've been out of the military, we own a pug. and we still have the pug. And the pug runs the house. And the pug, Josie and Romeo, they get along great, and they're like best friends. They go everywhere together in the house. But yeah, we own a pug, and and now I have Romeo.
Yeah, I have a big dog and a small dog too, and my big dog's a boxer, and then I have like a cockapoo, no, not a cavapoo mix, so it's poodle, and so it's small, and she really likes him, but he's not a huge fan of her. I think he's just too old and grumpy to handle her sometimes. So that's good that they get along, because mine do not. I mean, they're not bad, but he just gives us the really look.
Wins, though.
Yeah, little dogs usually do.
Yeah, it's funny how that works.
Oh yeah, I work in at a kenneling service, and the little dogs are always the sassiest. So I get that. So another question came in. How long will Romeo stay with you?
He will stay with me until he's at least 12 to 13 years old. Then he'll retire. And then once he retires, he stays with me after that. He stays with me as just my dog. And then Service Peace Warriors will give me a brand new dog.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, so as long as I treat the dogs good, because they put their dogs first. It's all, they put the dogs before us, about their health and their treatment. And if a veteran's not doing what they're supposed to be doing, they take the dog away from them, because they care that much about their dog. So as long as I do my part, I'll always be in the SPW family.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Well, I'm thinking with that's all the questions we have.
Okay, well, thanks for having me. This was really cool.
Thank you so much. Yeah, this has been awesome.
Hey, I want to jump in just real quick, Maddie. Not to jump on you, but as I've watched, I get to watch these comments a little bit closer than what Maddie does, as she's moderating. And I just wanted to jump in. Actually, I just had one more question come, and I know when exactly, or what was the date? When did you get Romeo?
I got him in the beginning of March, or middle of March, right after all this started with the pandemic, because I was in the middle of training, and they canceled the training, and they told us, just take your dogs home. We'll start training once we find a better date and once we get through all of this. So it had to be in the middle of March.
And I just wanted to add in there, as I've watched a lot of these comments, is there's a lot of outpouring of support and love there, Jay, and appreciate your service and your time in the military, and love that you could join us today with Romeo.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate that. And thank you, everybody, for your support. And, it was my pleasure to serve our country. And I think I could speak for a lot of veterans. We would go back in a heartbeat if we could. And, this is the best country on earth. And, I'm proud to be an American.
Thank you so much.
All right. Have a great day, guys.
Yep, you too.
I'm going to stay on and listen, though.
Yeah, no problem.
I've gotten intrigued.
All right. I think we're up to our final speaker of today. Jacob Bressner is next. He is a Pontiac FFA member and is one of this year's officers. Jacob was a sophomore at Pontiac this year, and he will be talking to us today about his beef cattle. So whenever he's ready, go ahead, Jacob.
I'm cutting in. I believe that Jacob was a junior.
Junior. Oops.
No, well, I also need to give the shout out, because we didn't put it. Jacob was just a state finalist in his proficiency area as well. So he interviewed me a couple weeks ago and went through that process. But I had to cut in and throw him a little bit of credit there.
Oh, yeah.
So sorry,
Are you there, Jacob?
All right.
Yep. Can you hear me?
He can hear you. Can't see you.
I don't know what. Can you see me now or no?
I can't. Maybe other people can. Can you see him, Faber?
I cannot right now. We can hear the cows.
1 second, we're gonna try to open the door.
That sounds good. You know, Maddie, as he's doing that, I had to think just your face lights up a little bit when we were talking about the dogs here just a few moments ago.
Oh yeah, for sure. When he was talking about that, I got my dog sitting right next to me.
Yours is
It's funny because his dog's name was Romeo and mine's Romo, so it's kind of close. Kind of close.
I give you credit. Your dogs are fairly well behaved. That they haven't been jumping up in your lap here, there, Maddie.
Well, my dog is 9, soon to be 10, so he doesn't jump a lot.
I keep looking at it and I think about all the ground that we've covered here today, and I'm looking forward to seeing. I know Jacob's talked a little bit about being able to show off his baby calves, and actually there we have video with Jacob in it.
There he is.
All right. So I'm gonna start off here. I got a cow calf right now. Pretty much where it all starts. You have your calf out of the cow. This calf's only about a week old, and this is a heifer, so that's good that we can show her and we can keep her in our herd and keep reproducing from her. In terms of like feed, the cow gets hay and can eat grass out there, and also get some producing milk for the calf so the baby can nurse off of her. And then we wean them about 4 months of age, from wean the calf from the mom, and then that's when we have her, and then we produce. Is born, we get it broke. Becomes a show animal. I have her from last year that I had, and she's she's out in the pasture. Good. She's doing about 1 month from today. Look like that, and the process will start over again for her, and then we just keep breeding them. And then in here, your cows. Also produce a lot of milk and stay healthy. This is my show seeder for this year, and I actually made them to on this you get a close here like some of the people were talking about earlier. So I'm using a skip tooth comb for his hair. The heifers we have at home actually are slicked off, so I use a scrub brush, and I rinse him twice.
Did we lose you again, Jacob?
Comb it in, and I'm not going to use the blower, but is it good? Did you lose me?
Well, would you be able to step outside, maybe answer a few questions?
We can go back out there. I don't know. Go back over here for Did I come back? No.
Yeah, we've got you now.
All right. I'm gonna pin here. So you can show 'em.
One of our 8-year-old listeners has asked, how many baby calves do you have? Are you there, Jacob? I see Maddie again.
Must be just a Illinois-wide shutdown on internet because my computer isn't loading anything either. Let's see.
See if we can get Jacob back. And as we kind of talk about it, I've been able to watch a lot of this as I get to see the people that have been watching us all day long there, Maddie. And we've had quite a showing and quite a group of people here that have kind of followed and got some great comments from people of all ages, to be honest.
Awesome.
And so we that's been a true joy. There I get we see video again of Jacob. Do we have you now, buddy?
You're on mute.
Here, I am mute. I will mute you. There we go.
Good.
Yeah, we can.
All right.
Well,
I was just combing that in with the comb, and then there's a blower here that you blow it in. So it's got warm air, helps dry the hair and push the moisture into the skin and high condition it. And this is the foamer with soap in it that we use when we wash them, like twice a week, I said, so your hair doesn't dry out. And then I've actually got some feed in here. So taking into consideration the situation we're in right now, where there's not a lot of places for your market animals to go. As he's a steer and he'll go to the locker. The feed we're using, this is a hotter feed. It has a lot more protein in it. It'll help them gain. It'll have a higher rate of gain each day for the calf. And since we're not quite sure when the show season is going to be, could be later in the fall, and we don't want our calves to be too big. So we just recently switched from that feed. That feed's got a lot more corn in it to this feed right here, which it's got less protein, less corn. It's got oats, some wheat, cottonseed hulls, and stuff like that. It's not gonna make them gain a lot of weight, but it'll still help them gain weight. And there's hay, of course. Every calf needs to have hay all the time, every day, and water. Is there any questions?
Let's see here.
we have an 8-year-old listener who has, and I tried to ask this once, I think before, an 8-year-old listener that would like to know how many baby calves you have right now, Jacob.
We've got 5 calves on the ground out of the, we've been pretty successful. We've lost 1 calf, but that's all right. We'll make up for it.
Mm-hmm. Do you know why you lost it?
Yeah, it just had the calf about a month early, so it was too premature to survive.
Gotcha.
What's your favorite part of your cattle project, Jacob?
My favorite part is probably going to the shows and hanging out with my friends and showing, and I like fitting on the calves. That's a lot of fun. Probably one of my favorite parts.
How many different shows do you usually go to if we're not in quarantine?
We actually go to quite a few shows. In the winter, right when we get our calves, there's about 3 or 4 jackpots that we go to in the Beef Expo, and that's late end of February, and then we start back up again. Actually, it would be in a couple of weeks here. We'd have our first show, and then we show throughout the summer about 5 or 6 other shows, and then end of the fall, November is about our last show we go to.
Gotcha.
How much does each calf eat per day?
We give them about a half a bucket, so around 4 to 5 scoops, and each scoop's about 3 pounds, so that's about 15 pounds. So per feeding, so about 30 pounds a day.
How did you, are all of your cows former show heifers?
Yes, all my cows are former show heifers that they just bred to produce calves out of.
Another question that just came in, how many cows do you have?
We actually just kind of started this show deal not too long ago. So we're kind of building up our herd right now. Between me and my brother, we've got about 8. We have 8 cows together, but we keep them up here at one of my buddies' houses where we got the pasture that we need, and there's about 25 cows up here. So.
Awesome. All right. Well, I don't have any more questions. Do you have any that are coming in, Mr. Faber?
I've been watching. I think that all the questions that have come in, and I know that we've had a tape delay because there's been a few people as we've gone throughout the day that get a question in right after we sign someone off. But Jacob, thank you much. Best of luck. Best of luck with your calves, and it's great to see. I know that you had some frustration and with your calving success of years past. It looks like you're having a little more success with getting the baby calves on the ground this year.
For sure. Yep.
That's it's a very, very good thing to have. So thank you much. Thank you much. Oh, I guess we just have one more question come in. Do you ever have to get a veterinarian out there when they give birth, or do they do that kind of on their own?
Usually we can get the calf on our own. We very rarely have to have the vet come out.
That's very good. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I think I think it's time for Maddie and I to wrap this up a little bit.
Yep.
All right.
Thanks, Jacob.
See ya.
Yep. See ya.
All right, everyone. Well, that rounds out all of our people in the lineup today. I just want to thank everyone for coming out. I know I've learned a lot, from broccoli to maple syrup to cows. I mean, I've learned a lot of stuff about just our nation's agriculture overall. So I hope you all learned as much as I did. I had a great time. Faber, you got any last words you'd like to say?
Well, I'm going to say this, Maddie. You're going to have to go back and watch this on Facebook when they on the recording, just so that you can see the comments. There's a lot of glowing compliments to you as the host all day long. You've done a great job.
Thank you.
Stuck right with it, and that's awesome. I am glad that we got to have the experience. I have enjoyed kind of sitting here virtually with you throughout the last several hours. A couple of so big shout out. I'll give you a round of applause from my side here. Nice job. I also want to say a couple. I know that Mr. Bain hasn't necessarily been on. He's been doing a lot of behind the scenes and trying to help make sure that the people are getting on and not having any technical difficulties. I actually am very pleased. I mean, we're about 6 hours in, and we had the one glitch there where we had to restart, and I look forward to discussing with YouTube why exactly that happened, but I think that was pretty good. I want to give a shout out to Sam Johns, one of our good officers. She actually started off the day at her pig farm. For anybody who's seen the advertisements and all of the all of the posts that have gone out and all of those graphics that have gone out throughout the day, those were created by Sam Johns, and she's done a great job of really helping to push those out and using social media to help get that out and connect. So I want to definitely do that. I know that I also want to do a special shout out to Mary Mackinson Faber. She's been kind of watching as well and helping with a little bit of the tech support in case there were any issues, which once again, we've been pretty fortunate on that. And so that's been really good and appreciated that. So I don't know, as I think about it, Maddie, I'm reminded of a vacation type trip right here today. I think about one of those trips where you go on like a 5-day vacation, you see a lot of awesome stuff, and by the time you're done, you almost forgot what you did on the very first day, right?
I know, yeah. Seems like forever ago that I talked to Sam.
It seems like so long ago that we were doing that, and I look forward to going back and watching some of these videos as well. I just saw a couple more comments, and I know we had some younger members. I had one who kind of apologized for having tons of questions. No, I'm great with it. She's thrown a lot of really good questions at us. One of our 8-year-old listeners today, and had a lot of great questions coming in from people that have followed us. These will be posted to, and I will even take the recording here. Admittedly, I accidentally didn't hit record on the Zoom side of it until right after Sam was done talking about pigs. But I will definitely upload that to YouTube as well in case they don't let us bring the last one. Here's some stats for you. You ready for them, Maddie?
Yep, I'm ready.
We had 34 stations today.
Wow.
Coming to us from 8 states in 5 time zones. The commonality between all of them was that they were agriculture, and they had specific ties to agriculture education. And when I say that, we had a couple that were great hosts for us, such as your class going out there and visiting. We had 5 state FFA officers from 4 different states that came to us. I think that we covered a wide variety from the food side of things to processing, to animals, to plants, to horticulture, to mechanics, to natural resources. I think we really hit it all, don't you?
I think so, yeah. It's crazy.
So yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna put you on the spot here in just a second again. I'm gonna ask you 2 questions. One of them is gonna be which one was your favorite. I'm gonna make you pick one, which one was your favorite? Which one was the most surprising to you? And which one was the one that you feel like you learned the most that you didn't know before?
Gotta look through the list here. All right. I'm gonna have to say that my favorite, this is hard.
Ooh, I'll give you a second to think about it. For anybody who's listening and following along on YouTube and Facebook, if you could do us a favor right now and put in where you're watching us from in the chats, I would really appreciate it. We would love to kind of know where everybody's from. Plus, I'm buying Maddie a little time to answer this question. So.
Okay. I'm gonna have to say, I know it wasn't the most crazy thing that I saw today, but I really liked Ashlyn at that beef ranch. I don't know if she was just really good talking about it, and she had such a passion for it. It was just a lot of fun to watch her talk about it, and it's nice to see other people, other women across the nation just really passionate about what their family does, and I love seeing that. So that was probably my favorite. What were the other ones?
Well, you just
most surprising.
The most, yeah. Which one was caught you the most? Was the most unexpected to you?
Look, probably. Oh, gosh, I don't know. I mean, I feel like I have to stick with either the broccoli guy from California, Justin, or the yaks. I mean, you can't top yaks from Alaska. But I also was really surprised by Aaliyah because, it's just so cool. She's 16 and she owns her own bakery. So yeah, those are probably the 3 most surprising for me.
You'll probably become friends up at St. Ambrose now.
Probably. I hope so. Maybe she can bake for me if I see her in St. Ambrose.
This might sound strange. I thought the yaks would be bigger.
I know, I did too. I did, but they're a lot
I thought.
fluffier
I
than.
just thought they would be bigger. All right.
Yeah.
Then the last one. What? I guess which one do you feel like you learned the most on?
Oh, I'm probably gonna have to say. I'm probably gonna have to go with Joe's, the trapping. I didn't know anything about trapping. So that was probably the one that I learned the most about. I didn't know anything about any of the pelts or anything. So that was probably the one that I learned the most about.
I was watching with unease, and I know that he's an expert, but sitting there with the live trap right in front of his hands on the table, talking and moving his hands around, it made me a little bit nervous, and I enjoyed it.
I know.
But it did, and I guess the part that perhaps the most surprising, besides the yaks, was he talks about what they're trapping and uses wolves in his example. But basically, in the lower 48 states, the thought of trapping wolves is the thought of something that can get you in serious legal trouble. But up there, where they have lots of wolves, it's just a different approach and a little different world that they live in. And so
For sure.
I found that I don't know. I sit here, I say the same thing though, with even the ones that we had of Pontiac students, where I've been out to most of those projects that they were talking about, is I feel like I learned something new, whether it's about the steam engines. The number of times I've been to the airport with Adam and heard him talk about his project, and every time I learned something new with that, and it just goes across. But I'm really, as a teacher, I'm really proud of all of our members that participated, but then all of our friends and colleagues from across the country. I just thought it was great and really appreciative of it. So
yeah, for sure.
If you don't have anything else to add, I think that we are going to go ahead, and I'm gonna click the stop sharing here.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay.
All right. I am going to stop our recording on Zoom.